1 p.m. I say, the regularly scheduled meeting. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of
the
the
United
United
States
States
of
of
America,
America,
and
to the republic
which
Nation.
stands
God,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
Justice.
justice
for all.
justice.
Okay, well, Secretary Treasurer Horowitz, please call the roll.
President Eric Schultz.
Here.
Secretary Treasurer Scott M. Horowitz, I am here. Trustee Ed J. Warner Jr.,
Present.
Trustee William Pell IV. Trustee William Pell IV, you're
I'm here.
Trustee
Okay.
Ann Welker.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Very good. So first on the agenda is the discussion regarding the 2021 State of the Bays presentation by Dr. Gobler. You're up.
He is coming in.
Fantastic.
Great.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello,
Afternoon.
Dr.
Good
Gobler.
afternoon, Chris.
Going. Let me just queue up my slides here. And I'm going to try to do this in a timely fashion, which means I'm going to move quickly. You're welcome, of course, to stop me to ask any questions. This is mainly from my State of the Bays address. Scott thought it'd be good for me to be able to give this to the trustees. I've shortened it down, but I've also added a few things. So I'm gonna end myself momentarily, or if I'm, I'm just gonna fix one thing. I'll end myself at, I'm gonna try to do this in 30 minutes. So sorry for the delay here. Yeah. Okay. Well, good to see everybody, and good to be able to give you an update from myself and the Gobler Laboratory. As you know, we've got dozens of people working in the lab out in the water every day throughout all our local waters. And if you're ever curious, you can follow us on social media. And you all know, of course, that one of the big things that runs the way our bays operate is the connection to land, and the fact that all of the town of Southampton is a watershed. And so any water falling on that land is ending up either as our drinking water source or ultimately in our surface waters. And of course, therefore, any activities on land like septic systems and agricultural and runoff will affect those water quality, the water quality of the groundwater, our drinking water, and our surface waters. We all know that the population of Suffolk County and Southampton has been changing. We know with COVID how much the population of Southampton has expanded. And with more people, we see rising levels of nitrogen in our groundwater. And we know that in Suffolk County, the biggest source of that are on-site septic systems, accounting for, in some cases, 3/4 of the nitrogen in a given sub-watershed. Fertilizer, of course, also plays a role, but secondary to wastewater in most almost all watersheds. And we know how this is affecting water quality. This is just a map that my lab had put together of different harmful algal blooms and low oxygen places and fish kills that have occurred in the occurred just last summer over a 4-month period. We're building the same map for this year, and frankly, it's probably going to look quite similar. And we know this is all happening under the backdrop of rising levels of nitrogen in our surface waters as well. So it's not just in the groundwater. And of course, on the harmful algal bloom front, we have those that are toxic to humans and those that are toxic to marine life. But in both cases, we know more nitrogen leads to the events being more intense or more toxic. So in our freshwater bodies, we're most worried about blue-green algal blooms, also known as cyanobacterial blooms, and we worry about those because not only do they make water bodies look unpleasant, here's Lake Agawam as a case in point relative to the clean blue ocean water, but these blue-green algae make toxins like microcystin. This was, when first discovered in the 20th century, this was called fast death factor, and it's known to be a serious public health threat and can also threaten animals. So for example, last summer, it was a mystery why elephants were dying in the plains of Africa. But after hundreds had died, they realized it was because they were drinking water sources contaminated with blue-green algae and their toxins. In this country, the CDC has confirmed hundreds of cases of dog poisonings. Suffolk County Department of Health Services has affirmed similar cases in the town of Southampton as well. And for that reason, the DEC tracks these blooms very carefully across the whole state. And as they do so, the number of blue-green algae blooms continues to increase. You can see year after year, new water bodies are found with these blooms. They're all over the state. You can see if you sort of look carefully, at least the lower half of the state is more prone than the upper half. So there's probably a climate issue in there. But if you look at all 62 counties across New York State, 50 of those counties have blue-green algae blooms, but none have more than Suffolk County. And frankly, no town in Suffolk County has more than the town of Southampton. Just so happens we're in a location where there's a tight clustering of many lakes and ponds, essentially starting with Lake Agawam and ending almost at the East Hampton border. And of course, it does extend over to the border as well. And we know that beyond that, when it comes to these blooms, they can be promoted by both, historically, we always considered just phosphorus, but it's clear now that nitrogen also plays an important role. This is that toxin, and you can see it's enriched in nitrogen. Other beyond harmful algal blooms, my lab is also looking all over Long Island at levels of oxygen, and we collaboration with News 12, we do something called the Water Quality Index. It's been reported out on the weather forecasts, and we look most carefully at oxygen. When you get algal blooms, that can cause oxygen to be consumed and removed from the water. And when that happens, oxygen levels can get quite low. And that's why the DEC wants to see above 3 milligrams per liter of oxygen and never, above 4.8 ideally, but never below 3. And when we look at all the water bodies that we're monitoring, we see that many of them are not making up or reaching that goal. And you can see many places, the town of Southampton, Tiana Bay, Panamint Creek, Quantuck Bay, Moneybog Bay, Peconic River as well. All places with oxygen levels that are not meeting the standard. Very few places meet the standard all the time. And we know the consequences of this. We've had some massive fish kills historically, but then also just last year, we've had places also in town of Southampton with fish kills. So, this is all, as I said, contingent on nitrogen, but I also just want to introduce the idea, just a little bit of climate change. It's really important as we manage our coastal waters to bear in mind what's going on with regards to climate change. And scientists are now using a term known as the Anthropocene to define the geological era we're in. So we all know, for example, the movie Jurassic Park, that was the Jurassic era. Scientists now believe we're in the Anthropocene era, an era whereby the activities of humans are the dominant factor affecting climate and the environment and overwhelming the forces of nature. So when we manage our coastal bays, we have to do so thinking about the global patterns of climate change. So for example, last year was the warmest year on record globally. And we know that when temperatures go up, oxygen levels go down, both locally and globally. And turning to local waters, with some physical scientists I've been working with over the past decade or so, we've been able to use satellites from NOAA and NASA to get day-by-day measurements of temperature in our local waters. And if you look at what's happening just in the summer, it's pretty astonishing. Temperatures are rising and quickly. We're having warmer and warmer summers. And so it's not in the winter, it's not in the spring, but our summers look a lot warmer. Fall as well, but I'm just going to focus on summer for today. So for example, further, if you look just in Great Peconic Bay using the satellite-based temperature data, and you look at how just this century, the temperatures are changing, you can see we used to just get the temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius, and now we're getting in July, temperatures significantly above that. And I bring this up to talk about how it affects both water quality, but also some of our fisheries. So we're all familiar with rust tides. That's been a problem in our region for going on 15 years. And we know that these are problematic because of their outcomes for fish. This is what we call an ichthyotoxic harmful algal blooms. It can kill fish. For example, in pound nets or in marine labs or even in creeks when the fish can't swim away. It also can be lethal to shellfish. We've had the die off of literally tens of thousands of oysters that we've been growing due to rust tide. And, you know, like many harmful algal blooms, we know that it can be favored when the nitrogen levels are high, more so than some other types of algae. But we also know there's a role for temperature. And I won't belabor this figure too much, but essentially what it's showing is you can see the east coast of the US, and it's showing that with time, is the bloom season for the rust tide getting longer or is it getting shorter? So you can see in regions around the Carolinas, there's some areas that it's gotten too warm for this particular algae. But if you look here, we're in the bullseye for rust tide, and that because our summers have gotten warmer, the duration for which these events can occur has also increased. So before we had rust tide, there was really no window of opportunity for these blooms to occur. Now we're vulnerable all summer long. And so what I want to do is, so obviously there's an interaction between temperature and these harmful algal blooms. But if we think about rising temperatures, rising nitrogen, both of these things promote rust tides, and both of these things can be harmful for shell fisheries like scallops. We know that scallops don't like it when it gets too hot. They don't like these harmful algal blooms. And as I mentioned, when it gets warmer, the oxygen levels get lower, and that's also a problem for the scallops. And so we haven't solved the scallop issue entirely, but we know for a fact that it's getting warmer, and therefore there's less oxygen. We're having these rust tides. I don't even have time today to talk about other things like acidification and parasites. But suffice to say, these warming temperatures that then can promote harmful algal blooms and can promote lower oxygen are all problematic for bay scallops. So in light of that, I just want to talk about things that can be done to improve water quality. And, you know, we're not going to stop the train of climate change locally. There are, if anyone thinks that we will, there are 1.3 billion people in China and 1.3 billion people in India that may beg to differ because they are not going what we call carbon neutral. So we need to take care of the things that we can. And the things we can do locally is to address too much nitrogen in our water. And there's some hopeful advances on that I just want to update you on quickly. So for example, last year, Suffolk County passed its sub-watersheds plan and adopted it officially, which seeks to have over 200,000 septic systems replaced by the middle of this century. And I'm sure you're familiar with all the systems that are currently available. I do just want to mention that at the university, the Center for Clean Water Technology that I direct is also working on this issue. The Center for Clean Water Technology is looking to harness science to engineer clean water for the protection of public health and the environment in New York and beyond. And we're trying to come up with systems that meet our goal of what we call 10, 20, 30, that will get nitrogen down below 10 milligrams per liter. That will cost less than $20,000 because if they do, they will be for free when it comes to they can be installed for free when all the grants are accounted for between the state, the county, and the town. And we want them to last for more than 30 years. And what we've created are something we call nitrogen removing biofilters. Again, don't have time to go into the details, but these essentially hook onto existing systems and are essentially a layer of sand underneath which we have a layer of wood chips mixed with sand that lead to these low levels of nitrogen. And we recently published on these. We can get 80 to 90% of the nitrogen out of the wastewater in this paper that's freely available online, or I could send to you. We show how across Suffolk County, we've installed more than a dozen of these, and this shows the nitrogen coming into our systems for the 3 different types that we actually have. They're all our nitrogen reducing biofilters. We've got 3 modifications on them, but they all get the nitrogen down below the county's regs of 19 milligrams per liter and also meet our goal of 10 milligrams per liter. They also remove pathogens and phosphorus. And this just shows in the red how our systems match up against others that are commercially available and others that have been tested. and finally what we have existing. And so our systems are working quite well, as good as any commercially available system, and also remove all sorts of things we don't want getting into our drinking water, like drugs and pharmaceuticals and personal care products. And they also remove a very dangerous carcinogen, 1,4-dioxane. And again, this is a separate paper, but if you're interested, you could look at it there. So again, a little side view of the systems that we've designed. We're hopeful that these will be ready for widespread approval by next year. And all three of our systems will be hopefully available for widespread approval by the following year. They're currently in Suffolk County's what they call Article 19 piloting phase. We just have to have a year of data, one more year of data to prove their performance. But I now want to move into the water, since I'm talking to the trustees, and just talk what, we want to install 200,000 septic systems across Suffolk County. We want to upgrade all the septic systems in the town of Southampton, but we know that that effort is going to take decades. And we know that even once they're replaced, the groundwater to flush out will take decades further. Now, that's not to discredit that program. That is going to be set up the town of Southampton for clean water for decades to come and future generations. But in the meanwhile, we need parallel efforts to keep our water clean. And so that's why I'll basically highlight a couple of things here. And you're mostly familiar with the Shinnecock Bay Restoration Program, but just some highlights. We began the program in 2012. When we began, we were in a situation whereby half of the bay was being closed due to red tides and PSP closures every year. We were having brown tides every single year. We had massive declines in the landing of shellfish, and we had loss of eelgrass in most of the western portion of Shinnecock Bay. So we began our program, and it was unique because it didn't focus on one restoration target. We focused on multiple, including oysters, clams, and eelgrass all at once. And we use science to dictate where should we do the restoration and what species should we look to restore in what location. This has been a wonderful partnership with the trustees and a wonderful collaboration. As I'm sure you're all familiar with, we did not even begin the program of planting clams until we had an agreement with both the trustees and the baymen to say we'd like to use these areas, Tiana Bay, Weesuck Creek, to be hard clam spawner sanctuaries where we can plant the clams and they wouldn't be removed. And we use science to guide exactly where we put them in. And again, what I want to emphasize for this plan is that we're not planting seed clams. We're planting adult clams, and the idea is that the adults can then reproduce and repopulate the bay. And the reason we're doing that, I'll just show you some data here. This data is very important. This is data that we're doing through the Long Island Shellfish Restoration Program, but I just want to emphasize what it shows is how the survival of clams depends on the size of the clams you put out. And what it shows is when you put on an adult, they're going to survive and do quite well if you use the right criteria. But seed clams, look at the survival that you get. And a seed clam that's more than 20 millimeters is very rare in 1 year. And if you go less than 10, you're essentially just, or even less than 20, you're basically feeding the crabs. So that's why we focused on adult clams for this program. We've planted more than 3.5 million, and we're hopeful, we expect by the end of this year to be at 4 million. And the results have been staggering. There has been a 1,000% increase in the landings of hard clams since this program began. And this just shows you what it was like from when things bottomed out in 2011. But if you look at the DEC landings for Shinnecock Bay and you go back even further, essentially what you find is that in 2020, we returned to the level of hard clam harvest in Shinnecock Bay that we had before the brown tide was present. So if the brown tide had wiped out the clams in Shinnecock Bay for 30 years, in just 1 decade, we've restored that. Obviously, we're not back at the greatest levels, but this has been a significant and rapid improvement. And It's occurred while other estuaries are experiencing declines or barely changing. So what you're looking at here is how the clam landings have changed across Shinnecock, Bariches, Great South Bay, Hempstead, and South Oyster Bay. And what you see is that some bays are on the decline, Bariches Bay. Some are about even, Great South Bay. But there's only one that's taking off like a rocket, and that's Shinnecock Bay. And what's remarkable now is what happened in 2020. In 2020, the landings of hard clams from Shinnecock Bay exceeded Great South Bay for the first time ever, despite the fact that Shinnecock Bay is 1/10 the size. And to show you what that looks like in a graph, here's the heyday of hard clam landings. Right? Green is Great South Bay, and you can see Shinnecock Bay was just 4% of the total landings back then. You know, I'm sure there are plenty of landings, but nothing like what was happening in Great South Bay. It's hard to see this here. I should have another figure that blows it up. But the bottom line is Shinnecock Bay is now 44% of all the clams harvested on the South Shore of Long Island. So it's really a remarkable turnaround. And this isn't just more harvesting pressure. This is because there's new clams. So if you look at what's being harvested, the increase in harvest is out of little necks. These little necks had to have all been spawned since we began our program. And if you look at the clams that we see in our surveys, and that's shown here, look in the Eastern Bay, we see a little tick, maybe uptick in the number of clams that are present in the larger size classes. But really what's been taking off when we see the clams that we survey in the Bay, it's all the little ones. So they've all been born since we began our program. And where we're seeing the clams is fully consistent with our physical models of bay circulation, which showed that when we put clams in Tiana Bay, they should go out and flush via tides, should end up blanketing Eastern Shinnecock Bay. And if you look at where we're seeing the clams right now, you can see the incredible correspondence between the circulation patterns and the actual distribution of the clams. These clams, as I mentioned, are surviving well. We're able to see if they're reproducing as well by looking at their gonads. And we see, this is last year over time, looking at what we call their gonad index. And we see that it stays relatively stable. And then in July, a very quick drop, which indicates that they're spawning. And last year, using new methods, for the first time, and there's a lot to look at here, so I'm just going to put this all up. We tracked the larvae of the clams, and essentially, I think I probably should just go to here just to keep it simple. And what we saw is that when the clams in Tiana Bay and Weesuck Creek spawned, at the same exact moment, we saw a big uptick in the number of clam larvae in Tiana Bay. And then the next week, they circulated, just as the model said, to the west and east of the bridge. So essentially demonstrating that the clams are spawning, the larvae are going into the water, and they're circulating out to the eastern part of the bay. A second effort on the oyster front is our oyster reefs. We've installed the first New York State DEC permitted oyster reefs in New York State, in Shinnecock Bay, both in the Quag Canal and in an area we call the Sedge Reefs near Sedge Island in Western Shinnecock Bay. And again, just a quick note that when you just put out a single spat-on shell, some surveys that we've done in both Shinnecock and Bellport Bay, the survivalship of this spat-on shell is incredibly low. By contrast, on our oyster reefs, we're seeing more than 50% survival over many years. So again, the value of using science to guide exactly what gets put out. If it's just spat-on shell, it can get buried in the mud, or it's very easy to eat. But if you look by predators, but if you look at what we're planting, it's a little hard to see here. This is one of our oyster reefs. We're making walls of these shell bags that are 1 meter high, keeping them off the bottom, which leads to less predation and prevents them from sinking into the mud. So these are our 6 oyster reefs when they were planted. And if you add up the numbers, it represents literally millions of oysters that have made their way into Western Shinnecock Bay. I don't think this movie is going to play. Oh, it is going to play. So I'll just very briefly say that you can see what the oyster reefs look like. They're amazing habitats. you can see what the oysters look like. They're big. In some cases, they're 4 or 5 inches after a few years. And you can see it's also other things there like seaweeds. And it's an incredible habitat. So it's not just that we have more oysters that are helping to filter the water, and you can see how clear that water is. But in addition to that, what I'd also like to emphasize is that it's a habitat. And so when you look at things like, for example, grass shrimp or mud crabs, they're very low levels out in the bay, but very highly abundant within the oyster reef. And if you look at fish, a similar sort of survey out of and in the oyster reefs, we see all sorts of fish living in and around the oyster reefs that we're not seeing in the open part of the bay, including the oyster toadfish, which is pretty hard to find in the bay, but true to their name, they like living in oyster reefs. And for the first time last year, we're seeing now oyster spat recruit back onto the reefs. And that's the whole goal, is to build a reproducing population. And we're seeing the results of all these shellfish. Of course, the goal in the end is to filter and clean the water. And so we know what a dirty bay looks like. We know when you do an experiment and you add shellfish to it, how it can change the water. And if we do some math and we look at the whole bay system, we know that this part of the bay is now controlled by both tides and the clam filtration. Our spawner sanctuaries are controlled by clam filtration, and our oyster reefs have some control as well. So we haven't reached full capacity yet. We still have more filtration pressure is needed, but we've seen great results in water quality changes. So for example, the brown tide, which was an annual event in Shinnecock Bay, has totally dropped off the map. And so this is the first time since from 1981 to 1984 that there was a 4-year stretch without a brown tide. And it looks like, and it's a little early to say, but we're close to calling this year a brown tide free year as well. We worry about these red tides I've mentioned before. And while we had, before the program began, the whole bay being shut down, we then transitioned to just part of the bay being shut down. And now we have had no closure since 2018. We had rush tides in the western part of the bay, but we haven't seen those since 2017. And finally, if you don't want to take my word for it, ask Suffolk County what they're seeing in the water quality. They've been monitoring water quality in Shinnecock Bay for going back to the 70s. But if you just use their data over the last decade or so, and you look at what they're seeing in Shinnecock Bay, they're also recording lower levels of algae and lower levels of total nitrogen over time, progressively. And this is consistent with everything we're seeing on our own as well. The very last thing I want to present to you today is what we're doing with kelp. I'm sure you've heard a lot about this in the news. This is headed largely by Mike Dole out of my research lab, but we also collaborate with a group from Connecticut known as Greenwave. In the last several years, we've grown kelp on 10 oyster farms across Long Island, all the way from, you can see, from Fisher's Island all the way out to Great South Bay. And these kelp and other sorts of seaweeds are important because of the way they grow, right? They're photosynthetic organisms. They take up CO2. We have too much CO2 in the water. They take up nitrogen. We have too much nitrogen in the water. They give off oxygen, which is in short supply. And we think they can also help us fight harmful algal blooms. Data from last year on the growth of kelp at multiple sites, including one in town of Southampton waters in Moriches Bay. We put the kelp out in the winter because it's a winter seaweed. We harvest it in the spring. And so what you can see here, if you take the Moriches Bay site, for example, we're getting almost 10 pounds of kelp on just 1 foot of line. Now we're putting these out on oyster farms with hundreds of foot of line, meaning that we're getting hundreds of pounds of kelp, in some cases, thousands of pounds of kelp. And here's Mike Dole with that kelp blade from Moriches Bay last year. When we started this program, people said, that's not going to work in the shallow bays in the South Shore of Long Island. They need really deep water because they grow so long. Well, here's as you can see, a 12-foot blade of kelp that grew in a place where the mean low water is only 2 feet. They love this shallow water because there's more light and actually more nitrogen. and they're removing a lot of nitrogen. We've done, based on what we're seeing on oyster farms, if you had a farm that was an acre large, a 1 acre farm of kelp, you can remove 100 to 200 pounds of nitrogen, which is the equivalent of the amount of upgrading septic systems on somewhere between 8 and 18 homes. Now, again, this is not meant to replace that, but it is to say that we cannot wait just for all those systems to be replaced. We need to have actions in the water now while those systems are being upgraded. And the last thing to mention is that these kelp can actually help us fight harmful algal blooms. Again, as a scientist, I worry most about this harmful algal bloom because it makes this compound saxitoxin that's a neurotoxin. A man died in Alaska from this toxin, eating shellfish with this toxin last year. So it's pretty serious and fairly widespread here in Long Island. So you can see we've had 7 shellfish bed closures, 7 locations with shellfish bed closures, dozens of closures over the last decade. And again, in town of Southampton waters as well. But when we do experiments with kelp and this red tide organism, we see with adding nutrients, it has a minimal effect. But if we add kelp, we can knock back the level of these cells by a significant amount. And if we grow the kelp with the mussels, or I should say kelp mussels with and without kelp, we can also reduce the levels of toxin in the shellfish. So that was a whirlwind, but I am done. So what I showed you is that excessive nitrogen is an ongoing threat to our coastal ecosystems. Climate change is accelerating our coastal ecosystems and effects are becoming more and more obvious. We must upgrade our septic systems to protect our surface waters, but in the meanwhile, we also need efforts to use bivalves and seaweeds to improve water quality. So with that, I'll thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Gobler, for accommodating us and coming in. I've watched many of your presentations, as you know, and they're excellent. And I think that very important that you did this for with the trustees in collaboration, because early on in my career as a trustee, I was present for these meetings that we had with the Baymen's Association, because as you had pointed out, it's important to have all the stakeholders buy in when you're making an investment in something that's of such importance to all of us. The Tiana Bay Sanctuary, the Weesik Sanctuary. And that was within 8 years, okay, that we started and we were able to be successful. And it just comes to show you, when we do work together and collaborate, all of us, how resilient they can be. I mean, look at your numbers with your landings up 1,000%. And I recall seeing the videos of you showing how the currents were going to carry, and where these successes would end up. And you were right on the money. There's no question about it. And you're right. I mean, we're facing this all over the place. I mean, we've got a big problem at Mecox right now that you're probably aware of, with severe water quality issues. And it's like you're saying, there's all kinds of upland issues, but you have to work in the water in order to keep these things alive and keep them running. And you've been a great go-to source for all of that. And I think it's a relationship that's worked very well for all of our community. And again, thank you very much. I'm sure there's some more questions that are going to come from the other board members.
Well, yeah, the people of Southampton are very lucky to have such a world-class institution that the trustees can work with. But Chris, can you go back to one of your first couple of slides that show the dissolved oxygen in the different water bodies? Is that you're able to do that?
Yeah, I'll just pull that up for you real quick.
I'm just curious as to where Mecox Bay falls in that. I noticed that you didn't have that in there, but I know.
Yeah, we don't have that in this data set.
No, what's
but we do have some historic data on it.
Okay, let me enlarge my screen a little bit. I can't read all the numbers.
Hey, Eric.
The latest dissolved oxygen from Mecox is 7.11. Where does that fall in your graph?
Well, that's not bad. I'm having a little trouble. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So 7.11 is still in the good zone, But here's what I would say about that is that it's very early in the season still. And so when we see these low levels are what you typically will see during July and August and into September.
Okay.
And the other important thing, Eric, is also to recognize that the dangerous oxygen levels always show up at night, right? And so this is something we've discovered in the last decade or so. It's been an incredible revelation. Like everyone would say, oh, we went out and the oxygen levels look good. Well, that's great, but they always look good during the day because there's all these plants photosynthesizing. And what we've come to realize is that the danger time for oxygen is actually at night because that's when there's no light and no photosynthesis. And that's when you tend to see the oxygen levels go down very low and when you can get fish kills. So that's something to bear in mind. And I'm fully aware of the Mecock situation. We're out now monitoring Mill Creek once a week. Because the other thing that we're worried about, there's so many things to worry about within Mecock Bay, and I get it. And I've sent letters to the DEC, and I'm working on another one right now. But one of the things, there's the oxygen issue. We also worry about blue-green algae blooms. And so one just popped up in Mill Pond. And so the question is, well, we know that's going into Mecock Bay. Now, had that bay been well flushed, those blue-green algae from Mill Pond would come into Mecock Bay and find a very unhospitable environment because the salinity would be so high. But now they're finding a salinity that's not so bad. And so what I worry about, I worry about everything along with you, but I'm particularly focused on the possibility. I don't think we need to look at this anymore. That those blue-green algae, if the blue-green algae get too intense in Mill Pond and the salinity gets too low in Mecock Bay, you could then have blue-green algae all across Mecock Bay. We've seen it before, and it's just a matter of how intense. And I have, put this in writing to the DEC, and I'm going to do it again. Ed and I have spoke about this. Ann and I have been conversing about this all year. And so we've got our eyes on it. And, maybe another thing we could do is put an oxygen sensor out there. I know there's already one, but maybe put one up close to the creek as well as a second place to have chronic oxygen measurements.
Chris, what is the threshold for blue-green algae to take over in, say, Mecock? The salinity now is around 7.75. What is the threshold?
Yeah, that's you're in it.
That's
so
a scary thing.
If it's above 15, you're not in it. If you're below, below 10, they can cut it. It's not absolute because it kind of depends on the type of blue-green algae that are coming in. But I learned this very carefully through Georgica Pond. I learned this firsthand to see, and what I recognize is that the same exact kind of system. And then when the cut closes, the salinity there, it goes down even faster. And originally I had thought, it has to go below 10, but even below 15, you start seeing it tick up.
A large-scale blue-green algae outbreak in Mecock, what would that potentially do to the shellfish, the finfish that are in there, and also the crabs?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. It's hard to say, but it depends. Let me give you let me give you just some generalities and then a worst-case scenario. The generalities is, the blue-green algae toxins could get into the shellfish, and they might, even once the bloom's gone, they'll stick around after that. And then the other thing that can happen with the blue-green algae blooms is they themselves can cause the oxygen to sag down. And so, if sometimes when the blooms die off, they bring the oxygen way down with them all at once. And then, if there's an anoxia event, that could take down a lot of different organisms with it.
Mm-hmm. Potential catastrophe.
That's
would
not
do all our other efforts in the town.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, we're in the process of sampling the oysters and getting some of the oysters to you so you can do an analysis on them. I had been in contact with 2 fishermen about harvesting, like you said, up to a dozen oysters or so out of a couple parts of the bay to assess what's going on in there. And once I hear back from them, I think we're going to move and, get some of those animals over to you to look at them and do an assessment in your lab on them. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to put some meat on the bones, the DEC threshold for blue-green algae when they close a water body is 25 micrograms per liter. Mill Pond exceeded that last week for the first time. I just checked. Mill Creek is at 15, which means that, it could even be this week that we see mecox go over the DEC threshold. And that's, of course, the DEC has many different divisions and bureaus and such. So this is, it's the Division of Water in Albany that makes those decisions. And I know you're dealing with the local permitting group at DEC, but still, it's their rules.
Yep.
But obviously, as has been the case, however I can help as far as letter writing, contacting the DEC, monitoring, we'll certainly get a look at those oysters and see what we can learn from those. But if anything, if there's any other way I can help, just let me know.
Well,
Will, I mean, we've been really on, Scott and I, and everybody's been all hands on deck trying to get this thing through.
Yeah.
This dredging going.
we're trying to keep it alive. We're trying to keep the patient alive while we can work on the bigger upland problems, as you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
Unfortunately, there's a great project that we've had a lot of great benefits from that you just gave us a whole rundown on, the Western Shinnecock Bay, and we're looking at a potential of an oyster or a shellfish die-off in mecox, where there's probably 1,000 times the amount of shellfish in that little pond down there that we could potentially lose. And it's just really frustrating.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, well, we'll keep on trying.
Well,
You help
I wanna-
on a letter front.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you, Chris, for all that you've done. Being that the Baymen are probably the biggest skeptics of this whole project moving forward, and them buying in and seeing where we are from where we started, I want to congratulate you on a great job well done, and hopefully it keeps moving up. So thank you.
Continued collaboration and continued making investments in our bays is it's going to continue to pay dividends. And let's keep working together.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Grobler.
Okay. Very good.
Thanks,
Thanks for your time. Take care.
Thanks, Chris. You're doing a good job. Your kids are gonna have clams and oysters for a long time. Keep on doing
I
it.
hope so. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Have a great week, everybody.
Bye.
Who's next?
All right. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing for consider issuance of letter of authorization consenting in support of Suffolk County Parks Woodhull Dam Fish Ladder Project. So make the motion that we open the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Okay. Anyone here wishing to?
Who's coming in?
If you ask them to raise their hands, but Sarah Schaefer, Joyce Novak, Peconic Estuary Program. Not sure if any of them are on there.
I got him.
I think we got him.
Okay.
Perhaps Peconic Baykeeper as well. Not sure. I know we got a letter of communication from Byron Young.
Yeah, we saw that.
Perhaps he's here as well.
Okay, so let me preface this by saying that the trustees have written two separate letters involving this fish ladder. And the basic premise behind those letters was that since the trustees own the stream bed, that some sort of permission would be needed from the trustees to alter that stream bed to allow species that are normally available to go into wildwood lakes to now do that, which would possibly change the relationship between the trustees and the state of New York as to who can fit in that lake. Trustees have demonstrated a concern for alewives for many, many, many years. We've consistently kept the alewife drain open in North Sea and have worked diligently on Long Pond also. So we're well aware of the benefits of alewives to the entire ecosystem. But what we are concerned with is the loss of the sovereignty of Wildwood Lake. So that's it. Anyone have any comments?
Well, I think we should let them make their presentation. And then
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi,
Joyce.
everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Can you guys all see my screen?
Yes.
Ken,
Great.
And who are you? Gotta identify.
Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce myself. Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Hornstein, the state coordinator for Peconic Estuary Partnership. Joyce Novak, the PEP director, and Sarah Schaefer, the PEP program coordinator, are also on the line with me here. We have been working very closely with Suffolk County on this Woodhull Dam fish passage and connectivity project. And we wanted to provide some context for the ecological significance of this project. So as you're probably aware, fish passage at Woodhull Dam is necessary to restore historic spawning and maturation habitat for our local diadromous fish species, most notably the alewife. Diadromous fish are fish that migrate between ocean and fresh waters. So the alewife spends the majority of its life out in the ocean. But adult alewife every year, beginning in late winter, will migrate to our coastal estuaries and bays and eventually make their way up into our freshwater rivers and streams to spawn. On Long Island, we typically see these fish entering our freshwater streams from late February to mid-May. Following spawning, the alewife will head back out to the ocean, but the young alewife do remain in the freshwater habitats for the first several months of their life before migrating back out to the estuaries and eventually to the ocean by the time they reach age 1, where they remain for the next several years until they reach sexual maturity at around 3 to 4 years of age. And at that point, will make their first spawning run, often back to the same stream that they were born in. This is a small species, only growing to about a foot in length, but it does play a very significant role in our coastal ecosystems. It's a very important food source for a number of larger fish like striped bass, bluefish, tuna, migratory birds, including osprey and herons, as well as mammals, including seals when it's in marine waters and river otters when it's in fresh waters. And these species that rely on alewife for food in turn support commercial and recreational fisheries and tourism industries. So having healthy, sustainable alewife populations is obviously very important for having healthy coastal ecosystems as well as a vibrant coastal economy. Unfortunately, alewife populations are at low abundances relative to historic levels, in part due to previous overfishing, but in part due to the loss of their critical freshwater spawning habitat as a result of the construction of dams. Dams were constructed on nearly all of Long Island's tributaries, as well as tributaries up and down the Atlantic coast in the late 1800s and early 1900s for a number of industrial uses like grist mills, iced harvest, and cranberry production, which is what the land upstream of the Woodhull Dam was historically used for. Unfortunately, these dams cut off historic migratory routes for diadromous fish like the alewife. blocking access to hundreds of acres of their critical freshwater habitat. And keep in mind that alewife really can't jump at all, so even small dams and undersized culverts do present barriers for these fish. And because of all of these barriers, the alewife populations on Long Island were reduced to just a few small remnant spawning runs. And so today we really only have a few moderately significant alewife runs on Long Island. 2 of those happen to be within the Peconic estuary watershed. The largest run, as you're probably familiar with, is at Alewife Creek in Southampton, which also happens to be the only stream where there aren't any major barriers to diadromous fish migration. And this has been a very well protected run. The second largest run is on the Peconic River, which flows into the headwaters of the Peconic estuary. Unlike Alewife Creek, though, this river has multiple dams and barriers for alewife and diadromous fish migration. So PEP and our partners have been prioritizing the restoration of this freshwater habitat for alewife and other diadromous fish. It was identified as a high priority in the 2020 PEP Comprehensive Conservation and Management Plan and in our 2020 Habitat Restoration Plan, as well as in SeaTuck Environmental Association's Long Island Diadromous Fish Restoration Strategy. So previously the Peconic River had 6 dams along its length, but in 2010, a nature-like fishway was built at the first barrier on the Peconic River at the Grangeville Park Dam in downtown Riverhead. And this opened up approximately 26 acres of habitat for alewife and other diadromous fish in the lower reaches of the Peconic River system. And this fishway has been highly successful and has helped to spur along other fish passage projects in this river system. So in 2016, another fish passage project was completed at the Edwards Avenue Dam. A picture of that one is shown on the bottom right there. This is on the main stem of the Peconic River further upstream. And fish passage projects are also in progress at the Forge Road and Upper Mills Dam on the main stem of the river. The Woodhull Dam, as you know, is on the Little River, a major tributary to the Peconic River. And this fish passage will open up approximately 90 acres of habitat for alewife. And when combined with all of the other Peconic River fish passage projects that have been completed or in progress, we will restore approximately 300 acres of habitat for this species, which should help this population to grow and increase pretty significantly. So since the completion of the Grangeville Fishway in 2010, PEP and our partners have been closely monitoring the alewife spawning run on the Peconic River to evaluate the success of the Grangeville Fishway and provide some baseline information so that when these other fish passage projects are completed, we can see if the population is indeed increasing as expected. Byron Young, a retired New York State DEC biologist, has been leading the monitoring at Woodhull Dam, conducting visual count estimates and biological monitoring since 2010. For the past 3 years, PEP has installed a video camera system at the Grangeville Fishway to obtain a more robust abundance estimate of this spawning population. And based on this monitoring, we've estimated that approximately 30,000 to 60,000 alewife use the Grangeville Fishway each year. And currently, the majority of these fish seem to head up Little River and end up at the base of Woodhull Dam, spawning below this dam because they are unable to reach further upstream habitat. And this little video here just shows you what these fish look like congregating below the dam in case you haven't seen them. So the Woodhull Fish Passage Project is really a critical next step to achieve our diadromous fish restoration goals. As I mentioned, it's going to restore approximately 90 acres of spawning and maturation habitat for these fish. And The design here includes a combination of dental and step pool passes. It also includes an eel pass to aid in the fish passage of American eel as well. Now, American eel can currently climb over this dam on their own and have been documented in the upstream habitat and in Wildwood Lake, but an eel pass will just make it easier for them to get over this dam. So these structures will bypass the current culvert and be constructed through the existing dam. And the goal here is really to produce sustainable populations of alewife as well as American eel to support a healthy Peconic estuary ecosystem. And we do have plans to install a video monitoring system at the exit of this fishway to monitor the success of this fish pass, just like we have been doing at the Grangeable Fishway for the past few years.
Yep.
And we have been working very hard with Suffolk County to secure funds for the construction of this fishway over the last several years, and have secured funding from a number of grants and other sources listed here. Most recently, we were awarded funds from the Southampton CPF Water Quality Grant, of course, pending the approval by the trustees today. The current project estimate is about 1.1 million. With the Southampton funds, we will finally have enough funding to construct this fish passage project, which is currently planned for this fall and winter, with the expectation that construction will be completed prior to the spring 2022 alewife spawning season. So we are really excited to finally be able to construct this fish pass, and we hope that all of you will support this very important project. And I think that's all I have. So with that, myself or my PEP colleagues are happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question for you. How long have you been working on this project yourself?
Myself, or the project has been in the works really since the completion of the Grangeable Fishway, so for about a decade. But we secured I believe the first funds we secured were the New York State DEC grant funds, and that was back in 2016. So it's been a while. I think we've presented to you guys a couple times actually on this project previously.
Yes,
so that's why we're so excited to
Yeah.
finally get it done.
My question is, how long have you been working on it?
Oh, myself. So I have been in this position since the beginning of 2017. So since I started this position in 2017.
I've been on the board for 12 years, and this has been come up several times, okay? And we keep on asking for the same thing, something very simple, a letter from you guys, okay? And we have not received it, okay?
Well,
See,
I work for Peconic.
Ma'am, I listened to you talk for 20 minutes, okay? Let me talk without getting interrupted. Why can't you deliver us a letter that you have no jurisdiction if we do the dam? Because I live in Southampton Town, like every other trustee and every other freeholder, okay? I don't want to take a chance of saying, yes, put the dam in, I'm for the dam. I understand it's very good. We've been working very hard for these fish, okay? And lose the right of Southampton Town freeholders to other people to come in there and fish in that area, in that pond, okay? It's just like the pike and plovers. The town people are going to end up losing in the long run. Unless you can deliver a letter, you will not have my support. I'm right up front, I'm very straightforward. If you can do that, I'm fine with it. If you can't do that, I'm not, okay? It's very simple.
So if I can just respond to that, I'm the director of PEP. I've been in my position since 2018. I do understand there's been a wider conversation about a letter. We are not actually a legal entity, and we cannot provide you with any such letter. We have been back and forth many times about this. This is a project that is running through Suffolk County, and that is why most recently they have put forth a letter for authorization from the trustees. But again, a letter indicating what may or may not take place in the future with New York State DEC is beyond the capability of the National Estuary Program.
Then
But
you,
you-
then
Bobby.
you call the DEC and find out. Go up to the governor's office and get the letter there. Because without that, you don't have my support, okay? I'm not here to risk the freeholder's right, not harm, okay? We've been waiting for the DEC on other projects. We're still, okay? And MECOX, this, it's the same thing. It's the DEC's fault. They don't want to do it. They want everything. They want us to do everything, okay? Until they do something for us, like a letter for that, you don't have my support.
Okay, but to
Only
be
one out of
clear,
five. I'm only
we do
one out of
not
five.
control the New York State DEC, nor can we convince them to do anything. They are their own entity. And I recognize that you may have frustrations with DEC on several fronts, but the value of this project, and recognizing that there's already migratory fish in Wildwood Lake, I think does not really allow this program to be in a position to request that. I mean, what's at stake here, the $1.1 million, a large portion of that matches the NEP federal grant. And so we are very much looking to move this forward without getting involved in a larger dispute between yourselves and New York State DEC, because from where I stand, that's what it appears to be. And this project should have nothing to do with that, because the migratory fish already exist in the lake. And if DEC wanted to take action, which according to their website, I mean, they recognize the trustees' authority here. So I'm not quite sure how getting this NEP involved or putting the onus on us to get DEC to provide a letter, it's just completely something that we can't do.
Okay.
Well,
I understand.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
Sean, okay, I did see a letter that came in from Suffolk County, right?
That's correct. Suffolk County.
Looking for a letter of authorization. Can you, from a legal standpoint, I'm sorry, you're going to say something? I have a question. Maybe you can wrap up my question with what you got to say. You, from a legal standpoint, listening to President Schultz and Trustee Pell, and also listening to Joyce Novak's explanation here, from a legal standpoint, do you feel that you could in a letter of authorization cover the bases that the board members have concerns for relative to this situation with the New York State DEC?
I do think this is something that could be addressed. This is Suffolk County Parks asking for an authorization letter from the trustees. First, I'll start with a letter is more favorable than a permit, because if you were to issue a permit, to revoke a permit, you'd have to have a hearing and prove by a standard of good cause shown why you'd like to revoke that permit. A letter of authorization can be revoked by the board on a vote, that simply. You're consenting for a project to take place. Essentially, you don't have an issue that's ripe for litigation at this point in time until and unless DEC changes their position. At this point in time, they've said it's a non-issue of jurisdiction. However, they won't put that in writing. In the future, if DEC should change their position, you can revoke your letter of authorization and enact a legal action in Suffolk County Supreme Court.
But we're still at the same point. If the DEC changes its regulations, whether you have a letter of authorization or a permit, you still want the action stopped.
Correct. So your remedy would be to go to Suffolk County Supreme Court for a TRO. They could take the same position, and they have taken the same position, that there are already migratory fish in this water body. DEC has stated that on all of our conference calls. So they could exert their position or change their policy today without this project in place.
Right.
Just as they could once it is in place.
That's my concern. Just to chime in here, that's my concern, is that they could take that action anyway. And the way I view it is that I think that the board, it looks to me, and you could correct me, Sean, but it looks to me that the board is in a better position by having this letter coming in from the county. and you crafting a letter of authorization that addresses our concern and why we address our concern. That way, if the state DEC ever decides to take the action that's concerning, I think we're on and I may be completely wrong, but I think we may be on a more solid ground, especially after today's discussion and testimony, to defend what we need to defend in behalf of the people of the town of Southampton, and
I do
still
agree.
allow a project.
We have a
At this point, if I could just respond, you do have Suffolk County responding and acknowledging the trustee's jurisdiction. There was just a similar case out in Huntington and Oyster Bay, where they were in court with the DEC, and a colonial patent jurisdiction was upheld halfway out into the Long Island Sound. I think the county acknowledging the trustee's jurisdiction could be favorable, and I would, like I said, recommend a letter of authorization over a permit for the reasons stated.
Well, they should be recognizing our jurisdiction because this has been adjudicated back in the 20s and the whole Bellows Pond system, and we won that case and proved that even all those ponds within the county system are owned by the town of Southampton. So by virtue of the Dungan patent, all streams are owned by us, so therefore we own it. The big question is, why weren't we even told about it? I mean, asked for a permit in the first place? This could have all been straightened out a long time ago. The board unanimously is in favor of this project. And I might add that before the Peconic estuary program was even instituted, the trustees had the only working alewife run in the Peconics, and we had maintained that. And actually, trustees, including myself, went down there and placed boulders around to enhance it when there was low water. We had also instituted take limits and prohibited people from seining in there to capture the alewives, and we were very diligent on this. We are very much in favor of this. We realize what the importance of this is. However, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the residents of the town of Southampton to preserve their rights in this private landlocked pond, which has been a subject of a court case prior to this with the DEC. And the DEC, this town, won on appeal the rights to keep that in private hands. Okay. So it may be, so instead of turning it around that it's a beef with, that we have a beef with the DEC, I think maybe it's the other way around. And I'd also like to ask a question. If an alewife passage is needed now to get alewives into that lake, how come there's alewives in there in the numbers that they are? How'd they get there? Anybody have an answer?
By a bucket.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Young, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I'm aware that alewives have been put over that dam since 2010.
By who?
I put some over. I put some over every year. And other private citizens have put them over as well.
There was authorization for that.
Yes. Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And that authorization came from who, and what was the language for that authorization? That was research?
The authorization came from the Freshwater Fisheries Unit for my activities. And I put about 1,000 fish a year, 1,000 to 3,000 fish a year over the dam. Prior to that, it was unauthorized. It was just, people catching fish and putting them over the dam. And I'm not sure how many were put over the dam at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. That was prior to the court case.
Probably. I have not been involved in any of those court cases.
Well, that had to do with the jurisdiction of Wildwood Lake when the DEC, through extortion of a property owner, in order to get a subdivision, required that person to give them a piece of property on the lake for a ramp. And when the trustees protested on it, when they were installing the ramp, they had the state troopers down there threatening us with arrest. So then it went to court, and it was decided by the judge that it should go to trial, and the DEC dropped everything. So I have no problem with putting this this fish ladder in, as long as the rights of the town of Southampton residents are protected. And I don't understand if the DEC can have that on their website, and they recognize it now, that it can't be a requirement of this permit or letter of authorization.
To my,
Hear it right up. Just write a letter.
I don't see anybody from the DEC present here
Good.
that can
You.
speak to that. And that is my point. This is a project that funding has run through Suffolk County, that the estuary program has worked for many, many years to secure over $1 million, part of which matches a federal grant, for a really high value ecological project. And it should be kept separate from what you are seeking from DEC, recognizing that even if you take how alewives got into Wildwood Lake in the first place, the American eel are still there. And if DEC wanted to or had any notion of pursuing this, they could at any time. And it has nothing to do with this project or, you know, what you're asking for right now should be kept separate from this request for a letter of authorization.
And I'll just add,
Nobody did their homework years ago.
Could I get back in here? I need Mr. Cambridge back here. Sean,
I'm here.
I'm listening to this, and it's like, if they want to pick a fight, meaning the DEC, they can pick a fight, and then there's going to be arguments coming back in the other direction based on what Dr. Young was saying and so forth, in terms of, you know, how these species got there and what the purpose is. So if someone wants to start trouble, they can start trouble, and then I think we could, you know, have our ammunition or grounds to defend what we need to defend. Is it possible that if a letter of authorization is granted based on the request from Suffolk County, that they can do this project that they've quite frankly worked hard on? I know this is, I think, the third time they've presented to us, and the mission of the trustees is to try and facilitate projects like this. And you also want to, you don't want to get involved in unintended consequences. And I understand that. I've been involved in this long enough. But that being said, is there wording that can be put into a letter of authorization that acknowledges the fact that the purpose of this project is solely for the promotion of these fish to thrive in the ecosystem, and cannot be used for any other purpose, like the changing of jurisdiction that's going to be harmful to our community? Can you put wording in that puts the trustees on a firmer ground that if they try and play any of the jurisdiction game that's going to make unintended consequences, that we're on a sound footing to protect and defend what we do have a fiduciary responsibility to protect?
I think that can be accomplished, Trustee Horowitz. Like I said, your defense is the same. Your jurisdiction is the same, regardless of this project. You have jurisdiction due to a colonial patent. With the county and all these other authorities recognizing that jurisdiction, usually when you get to court, that's the first point you're arguing is, do you have jurisdiction? That one's kind of off the table because you have the county, the municipality, a larger municipality, acknowledging your jurisdiction. So to use your phrase, they're standing shoulder to shoulder with you on grounds of your jurisdiction. So I don't think it's something that we can't get past. I think if we have to make a defense to jurisdiction, it'll be the same defense, whether the fish bridge is there or not. I do know we coordinated with the county attorney's office, myself, Jim Burke, the town board overwhelmingly supported this project. And now the county is before the board of trustees asking for a letter of permission. So procedurally, everything lines up. I think it does not have a direct effect on your jurisdiction. If it should in the future, we can take legal action, of course. Of course, it's your vote as the board, whether you support this or not. That's why these people are in front of you today.
Okay, but let me one car over. Okay. No judge is going to tell if the DEC takes jurisdiction to that lake and waters down the rights of any of the people in the town. No judge is going to have them remove it. Okay, does the word round dune ring a bell with the sandbags that were supposed to come out of there? No judge is going to have them removed when there's intimate peril, immediate peril to houses on the beach. Once
Right,
it's
but
in,
I think that, I
what are you
think
going
that
to do about it then?
But here's what I'm looking at here. I think that the issue at hand is not the project itself. The project is excellent. I think
Right.
the issue at hand is that does it trigger the jurisdictional change instigated by the DEC?
Right.
That doesn't work to the advantage. So my whole thing is that if there's acknowledgements here in this public Zoom meeting that these species do exist there, American eel, and as Dr. Young said, these other fish that are put in 1,000 fish out of buckets. I think
Those are
that
not
if
the same fish, though. Those don't have a lifespan of 20 years.
no, but the point that I'm making is that there still is those types of fish that could trigger that sort of a jurisdictional attack on us. But I think that if permission is granted based on the request from the county, and that permission acknowledges the fact that the sole purpose of this project is exactly what it is, and it's not intended to create an opening to the sea for any other purpose, I would not want this project to go away, but I would want the jurisdictional situation to remain as status quo. And I think, quite frankly, that it's enough to back them down to say, look, this has been, you've kind of set a precedent of leaving this managed the way it is. It shouldn't change. You're just going to put more pressure on this fishery, and it's not a good idea at the end of the day. All I'm saying is I think there's a way that we can get this done, and the trustees could end up in a much better place to defend a jurisdictional challenge from the DEC relative to this specific instance here. That's the way I'm viewing this. Sean is the attorney. You guys have great, insight and opinion, and I respect that. I'm looking at this and thinking that there's a way that it can be done and we end up on solid ground, dependent upon the wording that's in this letter of authorization. It's a fabulous project. It's the noble cause. The concerns are real. I've seen it and I've lived it. Okay, it would be easier if people would put their cards on the table and handle themselves that way. They don't want to. They don't. We've seen this over the course of years, but I don't want to be in paralysis by analysis, as we were talking about in earlier meetings. I would rather find a way to work with the Peconic Estuary Partnership, accept the Suffolk County letter of request and acknowledgement of the trustees, and I would love to see council properly word something that protects and defends the rights of the freeholders. And if the DEC tries to make something that's bad for the town of Southampton, that we, as Sean said, I like to use, we stand shoulder to shoulder and say, hey, no, it's not going to work out for any of us. You need to back off. So look, that's where I'm coming from. I like to find things and see how they go. So does that work? Can that work? Can someone?
Hey, Scott.
Billy.
I agree with you, but the Peconic, they should have went to the DEC to get a letter from them. Okay, they know, and we know this is a very valuable project, like you say. Okay, but we still, why are they coming to us? They should go to the DEC and get what we wanted. They came to us twice before, 3 times before. We've been talking about this for the last 10 years at least. Okay, they know what we need. Okay, they should have went and got it from the DEC to make it simple. Because know what's going to happen? This is what's going to happen. We're going to give the letter. It's going to be fine. You're going to have new people in the DEC. Someone wants to go fishing up there, and just like our 20-year MECOX permit. Okay, they're going to go against it, change it. Okay, then we're going to waste freeholders' tax money defending our stuff. And the trustees 20 years from now are going to waste more time, and they're going to wonder why we did it. Okay. It's very simple. They have to go back to the DEC or bring the DEC to this public hearing and put it on record. Okay? Put it on record and hear that. They're not going to do it. Then I'm happy. Okay? And the freeholders will be happy, because why should we take a chance with the freeholders' right for that pond? Okay? I think it's a wonderful project, but
is there?
so we never have to go to court and waste people's times and money and other trustees' times.
I'm just curious as to why there hasn't been as much fervor against us to get this project through, is to lobbying the DEC. You have like 8 different agencies that were involved donating money, and no one can seem to have the DEC say anything. I mean, with all the connections and clout and money that's been raised and everything, something smells. Something just smells.
And they-
Okay.
Can I chime in for a sec?
Sure.
And they call you up, Eric, and try to push you around and threaten you. And now, they don't want to do their homework and go get the information from the DEC. I
Sorry,
agree
if
with Fishy.
If I could just chime in, I believe we have had some discussions with the DEC prior. I believe that it is my understanding that DEC Freshwater's Fisheries Unit several years ago previously sent a letter to the trustees explaining that there already are migratory fish in this lake and that this project has no bearing on this jurisdiction issue, which I think is the larger point here. And I believe that the DEC did come before you guys previously. We have come before you several times. So I just want to clarify that back when I first started this position, there was efforts made. We did think this issue was put to bed with the letter that DEC previously sent several years ago.
Can I speak here? I'm listening to all you. Well, I can touch on a lot of things, being that I was involved in this long before any of you guys, maybe Byron Young. 30 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, we met at Miller Environmental. And my father and some of the local fishermen, Harry Miller, Jimmy Miller, and Bob Conklin, our goal was to establish the historic grounds for the eels, the American eels. And along came the LY conversation and Bob Conklin. At that point, LYs took front stage, and basically we are where we are today, where we've established removing dams, shifting dams over. It's taken decades to get some of this project right, which I applaud everybody working hard and reestablishing this fishery, seeing the ospreys up, the American eagles, and everything else that's going on. It's a wonderful project. It's way bigger than the town trustees, the Peconic estuary, and the DEC. It's something that we screwed up their environment by placing these dams, and now we're taking a course of action to rectify the problem. As far as the DEC, the meeting that Charles Guthrie attended at the trustees office, he acknowledged that there was some animosity and some issues with the DEC and the trustees. He assured us that they would not take any other action than what they had previously taken, which was a failed action because they never got jurisdiction or the ability to sell state licenses to go fishing in Wildwood. The project as it's laid out now to expand on what we have already done, I think is a wonderful project. I am 100% for it. We have some really good attorneys in town hall. I did meet with the commissioner of the DEC up in Albany and discuss this, and they assured me it would never go any further than what it had before. And it sounded to me like after having the conversation with their attorney that they were not going to ever take another court action to basically take over or relinquish us of our jurisdiction of that pond, Wildwood Lake. So having our attorneys craft an agreement with the county, which them coming to us, I think in 2021 strengthens and it recognizes the trustees, our patents, our jurisdiction, our ownership, and where we stand now as far as the fish and the lake and our ability to regulate it. I think this is a good thing. So I think we should all sit down with our attorney, Sean or Jim Burke, whoever wants to craft this letter and send it off to in support of this project and have the DEC acknowledge it, I think we can get through this whole problem. I've sat at many meetings with the DEC, with Peconic Estuary, and the governor's office to resolve this and to move forward on it. I've been 16 years on the board working on this project. There are many other trustees that have worked prior to our board on it. I think it's time that we finally, put the BS aside and finally adopt this and move forward with it, because like I said initially, the project is bigger than all of us here that we're fighting over this right now. So that's my speech.
Thank you, Ed. I see a raised hand. Chris Clapp, would you like to chime in?
Thank you, Trustee Welker. Thank you, trustees, and thank you to the Peconic Estuary Program folks for making their presentation. Yeah, so, I'm a resident, a freeholder of the town of Southampton. I'm also a marine scientist that works at the Nature Conservancy, and I serve on the Peconic Estuary Program's Technical Advisory Committee. I also serve on the town's Water Quality Advisory Committee that allotted these funds to this project. And we may have been the one of the funders that said, we'd like to see a trustee letter, right? Just because as another agency of the town or another part of the town, we recognized your jurisdiction and wanted to make sure that whatever funding we allotted was actually going to proceed without a heated discussion that we just got a preview of. I'd also like to thank trustee, who am I spacing on was just saying that, Mr. Warner, because I do recall some 15 or so years ago when Allison Branco, I believe, was the Peconic Estuary Program director, where we did have those conversations with Chart, where the DEC, and there was communication back and forth about the DEC recognizing the Wildwood Lake and the creek bottoms as trustee jurisdiction. And I dug through, I looked for paper files, I looked for email files. I was trying to find those conversations because I do recall them happening. I asked Allison to look them up. She couldn't find them either, from changing jobs, leaving the PEP and coming over to work with, of all people, us horrible people at TNC, right? But, in all joking aside, I do recall those conversations very early on in the genesis of this project. And so there is a history of that communication, recognizing the trustees' jurisdiction here, and something of a pledge that it wouldn't go any further than that. So I hope that answers a couple of questions. There's a lot of support from a lot of different angles, a lot of eyes on this project, hoping to see it through. I keep forgetting which hat I'm wearing. So we as the Nature Conservancy strongly support this project and would like to see it over the finish line. And thank you all for having this great discussion, but really would wish you'd separate the jurisdictional challenge to the challenge of the success of the project. And I think Trustee Horowitz had made a great point that it actually, those letters might actually, and getting DEC to recognize those letters would probably put your jurisdiction in an even stronger footing than it is, as if it was even weak. You guys win every time this comes up. So I don't understand, but that's just my naivete on the issue. But I'm rambling all over the place. I apologize, but really want to see this project over the finish line from a whole bunch of different perspectives. And thanks for the great discussion here today.
Thank you. I think like you, it's a great project, but you still need, years ago, we should have had that written down, okay? Black and white, they're never gonna go after it, okay? The same thing's happening in the village right now with the fire department, with the fire district. They made agreement when they did a contract, there's $750,000 missing, okay? This is the same thing that happened here. They agreed back 15 years ago with Ed and his father and everyone, okay? 10 years from now, you're gonna have new DEC people and something's gonna happen and they're gonna go after trustees. And like Eric said, the same thing, no judge is gonna go against it. And the freeholders of Southampton Town, where you live, are gonna lose the right to people up west, okay? That's the only problem. I think it's a great project, beautiful project. I'm all for it, okay? But we need some support back from the DEC. If we write a letter, they have to put a letter back that they agree to it. Then it's fine. We can go and take the dam down, bring buckets of alewives and eels up there. I would go and help, but until then, we need that to purify it for generations from now. I don't want Scott's kids, grandkids, say, what happened? You know, why did we do this? You know?
Let's all bear in mind that we took an oath last January, not this January, past January, to uphold the Dungan patent and to be fiduciary responsibly to the citizens of this town. And I hold that oath to be sacred.
Yeah.
I don't lightly.
If I could just please reiterate, in 2017, a letter was obtained from DEC. You should have that in your records, stating that the completion of the Woodhull fish passage will not give DEC additional cost to pursue its claims. So I'm not sure
Aware of that.
if everybody is, you know, we did send this letter along to the town shortly after the funds were approved at the town board level. But a letter from DEC was, as Elizabeth said, secured in 2017.
Well, that makes the whole discussion moot then. If it's received, I'd like to see it.
Chris, you recall seeing that? Chris Clapp?
That may be the back and forth I recall. I was, again, you know, computers change over time. I kept looking for it. I couldn't find it. But
I know around 2014.
That was probably right prior to Chuck Guthrie retiring. He was going to draft a letter. We asked him for a letter.
Oh, well, okay. So that was from Mr. Guthrie. That we're aware of, but Mr. Guthrie is a low-level employee of the state at that time. We need something, you know, that
In all fairness, you asked us to provide a letter and seem annoyed that we didn't, but a letter was provided by the manager, by the regional fisheries manager at that time.
Okay, well, if that's sufficient in our attorney's view to, solidify the state's answer to it, then that's fine.
Just to chime in here, in addition, we did have Chart come before the board and make all types of statements relative to this. In my view, satisfied that they're not gonna, engage in this jurisdictional battle with us. I would rather battle with them jurisdictionally than hold these people hostage.
I would too, but not after it's built. Round dune.
I would rather see
there.
I would rather see the benefits to the environment. They'll tell you that they could have taken the fight on anyway, based on the American eel or whatever. And if they're going to pick a fight with us, they're going to do that. And I would rather take all of this information, the letter from the county, statements from the state, this perhaps letter from the DEC, and whatever letter of authorization that Sean Cambridge can craft regarding the specifics of the purpose for this project, and that we're not interested in these unintended consequences or jurisdictional changes and whatnot. Sean, I felt kind of confident that you could word that in such a way that we would be in good shape to get the benefits.
I trust you, as is Jim Burke, the town attorney. We've come to the position that I think the trustees' legal defense is no different whether this project exists or doesn't. I understand not all the trustees support this. However, Trustee Horowitz did sponsor this. That's why this is on for a public hearing today. So maybe if we can hear the rest of what everybody would like to say. There is a resolution for the board to either vote to approve or deny this today. So of course, vote your conscience, but I think maybe let everybody say their piece, and then the trustees board can take a vote on this.
I think
So
it's in
can I
a
just,
vote on day right
Oh,
after hearing.
can I just, I'm sorry, Eric.
ahead.
But I just want to read from the chat. This is from Heidi O'Riordan. I'm the current freshwater fisheries manager. I will stand by the letter previously submitted by Chart Guthrie. We have no intentions of challenging the town's jurisdiction. So following that, I'd like to acknowledge the raised hand of Peconic Baykeeper.
Thank you, Ann. And thank you, trustees. So I'm Pete Topping, Peconic Baykeeper. I'm also a Southampton Town resident. And I grew up in North Sea, witnessing the Alewife Run and Alewife Creek. One of my favorite childhood memories was going down there with my dad. And I didn't realize at that time that all these dams and other things existed around the Peconic. So when I came on board at Baykeeper under the former director Sean O'Neill, who I see on the screen, I remember going over to Woodhull Dam and just witnessing thousands of fish just throwing themselves against this berm. And after attending many meetings, I learned there was this project underway. So on behalf of myself, not as a town resident, but also on behalf of Peconic Baykeeper, I'm in strong support of this project. There are a lot of these projects that kind of end up as these pipe dreams where it's like, well, if we build it, they'll come. The reality is the fish are already there by the thousands. The fish are there, so they're trying to move up there. We understand that the eels are up in that lake. So I think we owe it as an ecological responsibility to help restore this system. And I strongly hope that we can work out whatever legal concerns there are, because I want my kids, as a town resident, I want my kids to witness fish running there as well as in Alewife Creek, and hopefully even more places. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pete. Sean O'Neill, your hand is also raised.
Hi, you can hear me, right, everyone? Yes.
Yes.
Hi, as Pete just introduced, the former executive director of Peconic Baykeeper. Currently, I'm the president of Bridgewater Environmental consulting firm based in Southampton. And just one other point, I think we're all on the same page that this is a good idea. It's a good project. You know, obviously there's some legal concerns that, that kind of play with long-standing legal issues between the town and DEC that I certainly won't be able to say any magical words to cure. One of the things, though, that strikes me when looking at the run of alewives at Alewife Creek, our office is a stone's throw from Alewife Creek, and the thing that always strikes me is that this, any kind of event, any kind of pollution event, any kind of mudslide, I don't know, can wipe that run out. It's so fragile, and it's the largest run we have on Long Island. It's such a fragile ecosystem there that not having a secondary run of the size that the Woodhull Dam and Peconic River could be if they had this fish ladder, it imperils the fish all throughout the East End, and that thinking of this as having another source of a large scale run, I think that there's ecological value to it, kind of hedging your bets that there's more than one place to do it. And so I think it's very important. We've all worked very, very hard on this. I know Elizabeth and Sarah and Joyce and their predecessors, everybody wants this, they've worked hard as they can. And I'm sure if they could get you a clear letter from DEC saying, we will never step foot within 20 paces of this pond, they would, but they can't. That's not their organization. And I think you have the good faith from DEC. You have Heidi chipping in right now from DEC. I'm strongly in favor of this. And I, as one of those people that may have clandestinely threw some of those fish over that dam as well, this is too much. It's too much work over too much time for it to halt here. And I hope this project is supported. Thanks.
Yep.
So Heidi, you'll be able to either turn your camera on and give us a statement, or you're going to send us a letter in addition to what you're saying here now, just to clarify our record so there's a better comfort level?
Hi, Sean just reached out to Heidi asking her to copy and paste her message to you folks, and she agreed to do that.
Okay, so that's
Question,
another.
Hey, Eric?
how do we know that there's
Eric.
Americans in Wildwood Lake?
Yeah.
How do we know?
Could you repeat the question, please? How do we know?
Question is, how do we know that American eels are in Wildwood Lake?
Byron?
I'm not sure if I have an exact answer to that. There may have been some sampling in Cranberry Bog Preserve. And other fishermen may have caught adult eels up there. I don't have an answer to that. I don't know.
There's a lot of speculation right now.
I can just say that in the 2017 letter from Charles Guthrie, it is stated from the DEC that DEC has previously documented American eel in Wildwood Lake. So I think the answer to that question is in DEC biologists' records, but it is documented in the August 2017 letter that was submitted.
So the last time that the DEC was authorized to do any studying in that lake, when the court case is over 20 years ago. So there's no new documentary evidence that there are migratory species in that lake unless they were introduced artificially.
They have been observed going over the fish pass in Grangeable and going over the pass into Cranberry Bog, but that is anecdotal evidence to my knowledge.
Heidi O'Riordan again chimed in the chat stating that there are American eel in every water body in Nassau and Suffolk County.
So she's tested it?
That I don't know.
You can hear us.
Sounds like a lot of, no hard fact.
Hey, Eric?
Yes.
If Heidi wrote that letter and had it notarized, I don't think it should be pasted and emailed. I think it has to be notarized because she's not here in person. We're not in person. Then put it in the records that way. I would feel more comfortable in doing it then.
Well, is the current person who just emailed Ann or texted Ann, is she authorized by the commissioner of the DEC to make a policy statement of that ilk?
I presume she thinks she.
Well, that's the question. Does she speak for the DEC?
Yes.
Isn't she the regional director?
She's a regional, so, okay.
She has Chart's old position from what I understand. Right, Joyce? Right, Elizabeth?
Correct. And regarding the eels, I'll just say, we have saw numerous eels at Grangeable this year, climbing culverts, climbing dams. There are most certainly eels upstream in that habitat, as is stated in that letter from DEC.
Okay, but that's a lot higher dam and really no evidence that anything has been collected in that area. So any statements that there are just by virtue of they're in other places is meaningless.
Well, they would still, if they wanted to pick a fight with us, they could still use that, and then we would be battling. We're going to be battling forever. Okay. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's what we're dealing with.
Calling it to a vote today is a little premature. I would support a vote at the next meeting after everyone reviews the court case that the town took against the DEC. And then that would solidify maybe your opinions of things. And we also have a contrary to Mr. Cambridge from Mr. Lombardo, who is our other counsel, who says that we should be getting a permit.
Is there a funding deadline? Joyce, Elizabeth, Chris, is there a funding deadline? Do we have the latitude to wait another month?
No, 2 weeks.
July 12th.
I have to, I don't, Sarah or Elizabeth, if you know off the top of your head, I can pull up the funding document.
Sarah's probably the best one to answer that question. I mean, ideally, I think we've been waiting for a while already for this determination and for these funds to be released. We are expecting bids back for this project at the end of this month, and then would like to start developing a contract. So I think that while waiting another couple weeks is doable, I'm not sure. We do hope that you guys can just support the project and that we can move forward.
We do.
So I don't know if Sarah wants to add anything else to that.
Where's
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Schaefer. I'm the program coordinator for Peconic Estuary Partnership. Just to clarify on the funding details, most of our funding that we have secured already will expire by spring of 2023. So just to reiterate some of what Elizabeth's saying is that every year that we wait, we kind of lose an entire season to allow those fish to access the spawning and maturation habitat that they've been trying to access for a very long time, because their migration season is only within the March to May season, and we cannot construct the fish passage during that season.
I have a question.
The significant legal questions that have been brought up here that the board needs to be educated on. And I think that I have no problem with closing this public hearing and then having a commit to a formal vote at the next meeting. I think that that's appropriate time for you to review all the past cases that have been involved with this situation.
Well, what is the story with these past cases? I mean, Sean, can you elaborate on these? Because where are we at on these past cases? Because if they've had past cases.
There are past cases. I reviewed the past cases. I don't necessarily think they will impact your legal defense. With regard to this matter, I'm not sure what Mr. Lombardo has advised you. I know we were initially in agreement. I'm not sure if his counsel has changed to the board, but I don't see a reason for the board not to support the project. Like I said, of course, you're each entitled to vote. There's a resolution on today's agenda. You can vote on it. You can adjourn it. You can do whatever you'd like as a board. It was sponsored by Trustee Horowitz. Therefore, I'm obligated to put it on your agenda today.
And I appreciate that, because as we've all been hearing, this has been going on for quite some time, and I fully respect the concerns. It's just that I think that issuing a letter of authorization is consistent with how we conduct ourselves when we work with Cornell Cooperative, when we work with, Dr. Gobler and so forth. And based on everything I've heard and seen, whether it's in chat, and Heidi's going to be sending letters, and Chuck Guthrie's prior discussions, and the fact that if the DEC wants to pick a fight with us over jurisdiction, they're going to do that, and we're going to fight. And then perhaps these folks will be helping us to push that back as well, because it's just going to put more pressure on this whole ecosystem, which is not to the advantage. Just there has to be good faith somewhere, and I've seen in the time that I've been in the governmental here, it's like I've seen bad faith. I've seen it today, you know what I mean? And it's not how I like to operate. I like to put things on the table.
Wait till you see the next letter that we just received.
On this subject?
No, on the other one.
On the different subject.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
If we get, I'm fine with, I support the project 100%. Until I get the, from Heidi that.
Well.
A notarized letter, put in a file so we can go, if they do something 20 years from now, the other trustees can defend it.
Can I make a suggestion? And I agree with you.
You already said you would paste it, but just let us set it black and white and it'll be fine.
I'm with you, but listen, I've heard a lot of testimony today, and I've looked at this and I've given it a lot of thought myself, and that's why I sponsored the resolution in favor of it. A letter of authorization over a permit, as Sean Cambridge said, Assistant Town Attorney Cambridge says, it can be pulled very quickly. This thing's not scheduled to be built in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Quite frankly,
I see that Heidi was going to send us something. I saw that in the chat, and I'm comfortable with that's going to come in. If we voted on this and it passed and it didn't come in 2 weeks, we could say, hey, you said you were going to and you did not, and then it could all be immediately reversed. So I'm confident that they're going to supply what they need to supply in a timely fashion, combined with Suffolk County's request, combined with the public record of everything that I've heard today from everybody whose face is staring back at me right now, that the trustees are armed pretty well to defend a jurisdictional attack of the trustees by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation for whatever reason it is. I don't think holding this species of fish and these people that have worked so hard hostage over this I'm sorry, guys, but I don't see this. I mean, Sean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think you could pass it. And if she didn't send it, you could say, look, guys, we had an agreement. We had these letters coming in. They didn't come in.
I certainly understand everybody's position. I would counsel the board. It's about 2:55. I'd encourage, before closing the public hearing, let everybody who came today speak. So their comments are part of the record and they've had the opportunity to be heard. And then if any trustee wants to move to close, we have quite a big agenda still.
I understand, Sean, but it's an important aspect, an important issue, and these people have been working very hard. And there's a lot of different organizations that are coming to the table to make this thing happen. And the trustees have been victims of paralysis by analysis. And I'm not downplaying any of the concerns, but I think that if this was brought to a vote one way or the other at this point in time, if it all went bad, you still have the ability to rescind that letter of authorization. And people are going to do what they want to do no matter what in this case, in my view.
I agree with the position.
You do?
I do.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak at this public hearing? Or speak again?
I see no hands.
Yeah, I think that 98% of this discussion has taken place supporting this project, maybe 99%. But that last 1% is the thing that troubles me. And seeing 100 boats out on Wildwood Lake from everyone outside of Southampton Town, when we have been diligently stocking that lake for the past 20 years because of the DEC's wanting to get more revenue from freshwater fishing, we have a fiduciary responsibility, like I said, and we took an oath to protect the rights of the citizens of the town of Southampton. And by getting some firm that the DEC recognizes our authority on it, until we have something that the attorneys can show me that that person is speaking for the commissioner of the DEC, I can't support this. So if they can show me if you want to wait till the next meeting and they can show me that that is the firm position of the DEC, that they have the authorization, then that's fine. But in the meantime, we don't need to give them more ammunition by introducing another fish species into it. You don't have the status quo. You don't have a small amount of those fish entering the water body. Now you don't have any naturally. But if you now add them, now that is giving them more ammunition.
So Peconic Estuary people, folks, if we had a situation where 100 vessels, if they did change this and there was 100 boats putting more pressure on this ecosystem, would you stand shoulder to shoulder with the trustees saying, hey, perhaps this wasn't a good idea? It's counter to what we're trying to do, or would you be fine with that?
I think it's a little bit of a dramatic scenario of something that, as far as we're concerned, DEC has committed to not allowing to happen. But nobody wants to see, least of all us, whose mission runs counter to that very picture that you have painted. The abuse of a resource, right? So of course, we do not want to see that to happen. Again, we do not control DEC, and in waiting 2 weeks for another conversation just evolved to us getting a letter certified by the Commissioner of DEC, which we've already established with Trustee Schultz. We do not have the authority to do, and we don't have the capability of providing.
I didn't ask you to do that. All I asked to verify that this person had the ability to speak for the DEC. I didn't involve you at all.
Okay.
I didn't involve you.
Well, a letter being
Wrote the
provided.
letter, are you the person who wrote the letter to Congressman Zeldin?
I reached out to Congressman Zeldin's office after a conversation with you, questioning our federal funding and asking if this funding matched that federal funding. And you said you were going to talk to him because we were not able to reach out to the people at DEC. Maybe he could. I meet with Congressman Zeldin's office as a federal program twice a year. And I reached out to my contact there to say, we have a fish pass project. This is the conversation I had. Please have the congressman reach out to me if he has any questions regarding this matter. It was on the heels of your conversation with me and my staff that I made that connection.
I saw the letter.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of documentation here that supports the trustees. I think that the county request is favorable. I think all this discussion is favorable. You know.
So Scott.
Unknown caller.
Scott, just wait until next week.
I just don't see these folks getting a letter like that. I don't see them getting a letter in 2 weeks. I don't see anybody at the state changing anything other than, and I'm quite frankly amazed that we've gotten the level of commitment that we have from the person, and I commend them for chiming in, even if it's on chat.
You mean you got any response from them saying that they speak for the DEC?
I did not inquire about that, but
Okay,
what,
they're listening now, right?
What I did see is that she is willing to to send an email to back this up. She said she will speak to New York State Regional Director or Commissioner. She's not authorized to write such a letter. She will also check records for eel in the system.
Okay, see, that's what I was saying. Anybody, the DEC can write any letter. It doesn't mean that it's backed up. And that's what I want. That's what I'd like to see.
So why don't we adjourn it until 2 weeks? At that time, if we don't have a letter in hand, we can make, or we have a letter, we can make a good decision on all the material that we need.
And we put it to a vote. I don't have any problem with that.
I have no problem with that. Because it is a good project. We just have to like cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
My concern is that you're not going to get the letter that you want, and nothing is going to change between now and 2 weeks. And I just want to emphasize again, as several of the trustees have done so. Thank you, Scott, for sponsoring this. The big picture here is the importance of this project for the ecosystem. Putting in this fish passage is going to restore a very important fish species that supports the entire coastal ecosystem, that supports those fisheries that you want, that, you know, there are so many benefits to the town, to the residents of the town. And I really hope that we can see the big picture here and that we can consider the jurisdiction issue separately from this project.
So I agree with you. I see the big picture. So in the next 2 weeks, your job is to call Footdale and your congressman, New York State congressman, to push the DEC, just like you called Zeldin's office, to get write a letter. You can push the DEC just as good as we can. Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't, and I will reiterate what I said to Trustee Schultz. It is beyond my capability to reach out to the New York State DEC Commissioner, and you well know that.
Why?
I
You're a
reached out to
citizen of the state.
Congressman Zeldin because of your conversation with me and my staff. End of. That has nothing to do with this issue. And in 2 weeks, the DEC Commissioner, it is my hunch, is not going to write a letter of any kind. And that is beyond our control. And your desire for that needs to be separated from this project. and truly see the ecological value.
With our matter of a trust for the entire population of the town. Okay?
I think this is going in a direction that it need not go.
Yep.
And I'm sorry for that. I think we have enough here that will defend the trustees if they do make a jurisdictional challenge. I think, as I said earlier, there has to be good faith somewhere. And I don't want to go to these people's level, okay? They've stated time and time again on the record that there is these species that have been there that would give them license to take on that jurisdictional battle, and they have not. And I still believe, even though Sean Cambridge and James Burke feel that we have our jurisdiction based on the colonial era patents, and it's been tried and tested, as he cited an example, I still think that there is wording that can be crafted into that letter of authorization that will make it an even stronger argument and put the trustees on even more solid ground. Forage fish, this is a tremendous gain for the species, for our community, for our heritage, and putting more pressure on this body of water, abusing the resource, I think you called it. If that's done by the DEC or attempted by the DEC, I would think we would be able to push that back, especially since they have been totally out of that for many years. Still listed on the website as such for how we handle this Wildwood Lake. I supported the resolution. I would vote on it today. If you feel you need to vote no, vote no. I respect that. I respect that. I do. They're valid concerns. I just think that the benefits to what the collaboration here, the benefits by far outweigh that risk, that they're going to take that battle with us and to hold this project and these people hostage and everybody else. We really should be working together. I just don't see it as good faith.
99%. That's a pretty good number. We've heard from a representative of DEC today that she will reach out. She is willing to write this email. She's willing to reach out to her higher ups. You've heard from countless members of our community supporting this project. I realize there's balance here, but for the good of this species and for the good of this ecosystem.
Yeah.
I think it would be important to make a decision about this now.
I think you better get the letter from this person that you're talking to at the DEC. Then I'd feel more comfortable. But what happened?
I did reach out to regional counsel. They did refuse to write a letter early on in this process. That was the regional attorney, Craig Elgett. He stated he would not write a letter on this. Just so
why would they do that? Why would he not write a letter if something didn't stink about this whole thing?
I don't want to speculate. That was his position. I wanted to make it clear to the board.
But let me ask you a question. Let me just stay on this point. Sean, you and James Burke had a conversation, okay? If they made this attempt, this jurisdictional change attempt, you feel that we're on a solid position to push them back and say, absolutely not, no. You're not changing anything about this lake, of how we handle regulation of people fishing in the lake. You feel?
Well, the DEC regional counsel said their legal team's position was that it was a non-issue and they do not write advisory opinions. So that was their position when I was on the phone with them. I can appreciate that because I don't write advisory positions, outside of my role advising the board for the town or for the trustees. So that was their perspective. just to make it clear to the board. So I think the record is what it's going to be at this point.
Right. But what I'm talking about is if the challenge does come, based on everything you've seen and heard today, and based on other case law that you had cited earlier, you feel that the trustees are on solid ground to battle back the DEC to maintain our home rule over what type of abuse is not allowed on Wildwood Lake.
I do. And, the town attorney's office has sued the DEC when necessary in the past. So, we certainly could in this instance.
So, I mean, based on that and based on what I know of these people, to jam these folks up and jam up this project, it's just not sitting well with me. I'm sorry. I would rather fight with the DEC if they tried to wreak havoc with Wildwood Lake than hold these folks at bay. I would be astonished if the DEC tried to pick a fight over this. It makes no sense.
I think if we just, like Ed said, and Eric said, wait 2 weeks and see if they produce a letter. If not, then we can vote on it.
But then I would assume right out of the gate they're not going to produce a letter.
What's 2 weeks? Heidi said she's going to try. Let her try. Give her an opportunity to produce something.
What if we take the other approach and issue the letter, pass the resolution, issue the letter in good faith of what we're trying to accomplish. And if bad faith erupts in those 2 weeks, then you know what, you guys, whatever, we can have another conversation. But I just don't see, based on what Sean Cambridge just said, I don't see them being able to, and there's been plenty of commentary on the record that has stated that they're not, it's a non-starter, it's a non-issue. One issue has nothing to do with the other issue as per their representatives. Is that correct, Sean?
That was my understanding, speaking with Mr. Elgott.
Well,
one issue has nothing to do with the other issue.
I would hope that when the time comes and we see 100 boats out on the lake, that all the people that are in favor of this project will come to the aid of the trustees and, write letters and be equally as fervent,
I think that I would hope so too. Folks like Chris Clapp and Sean O'Neill, these folks, they don't want to see abuse of, abuse of a waterway or abuse of a species. Right. And this is being done with the best of intentions in good faith for the betterment of the species, not for the purposes of changing jurisdictions and all this other stuff. And I think it needs to be stated that way in the letter of authorization because they're on board with us.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, not changing the subject, but you don't see a lot of people helping us and support us on our problem with mecox right now.
No, I don't. But you know what? I'm thinking
we're standing there swinging the bat with no ball.
I know you're 100% right, and I think some of them, and I've used the terminology good faith. And I'm asking a lot of questions, and I asked a lot of questions at work session because I don't understand why people aren't taking certain actions in timeframes. And I'm questioning, what is the faith and where's common sense? And when I'm looking at this and I'm listening to Sean and I'm seeing the benefits and everybody that's involved, I think somewhere there has to be good faith. And if we say, hey, look, we're going to partner up with you in this, but we expect you to also show the same good faith that we need on other projects like mecox, where we're trying to stop an entire watershed from dying. Okay. And I think that, if all the poking and prodding, I think is counterproductive, valid concerns, but people have to come to the table and make reasonable decisions here. And I don't want to be like those people that just get into paralysis by their analysis, and it doesn't even make sense. And this is
we have to give Heidi the opportunity to come to the table. She said in 2 weeks, she's going to talk to her boss and hopefully produce something. I mean, this could be a good project. It'd be a good project in Mecox going up to Mill Pond, right, Ed?
Yep.
What happens in 2 weeks when we don't have from these people?
Then
Because
have
Sean
a-
himself said he
We
doesn't
take a
write
vote,
these
we
letters.
take a vote on it. Wherever
Take a
the
vote.
votes go, we'll go.
Take a
Yeah,
vote now, or take a vote in 2 weeks? Take a vote now.
Take a vote in 2 weeks. Like
2
Ed
weeks.
said, see how it goes.
2 weeks.
Yeah, well, this other person here is, she's from where? The DEC? She's a state representative. You know, these folks are the applicants to this project that are in front of us right now. They're the applicants. They're coming to us. County sent us a letter. They provided what they provided. Again, I feel like we're holding them hostage for what some other folks need. I don't understand why we can't grant the authorization, take everything that we've said today, and then we can all work on, you know, setting this record, getting this record even more solid. But I kind of feel like this is a solid record to battle these people over this jurisdictional issue. I'm in favor of the project. I wanted to see this.
I'm in
thing get
favor of the
worked out.
project too.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it too. We just have to produce the, see if Heidi can produce the
But
letter.
I just don't see them being able
Guys,
to get this
2
letter.
weeks. 2 weeks.
So
All right, well-
I guess if I brought this up, I wouldn't get I wouldn't get the votes.
That is.
I'm not getting the votes, is what you're
Okay.
saying.
Wait, that is to be determined when we come up with the resolution later on of whether we're gonna go for it or we're gonna postpone it for 2 weeks. Okay?
You want to just go through the agenda and then see
Well,
how we feel when we get to this resolution?
Does anybody else have anything to say on this today? Okay,
Sorry,
Then-
I was trying to unmute. The only other thing I have to say is to just reiterate the fact that this has been going on with the original letter submitted in 2017 for so many years that, and going off of what Sean has said, certainly from our perspective, we don't foresee any changes in 2 weeks. And it does give me great nervousness that in 2 weeks' time, when this comes on July 5th as a holiday, July 6th, what then? This is a project that the funds have to be expended. Contracts have to be produced, people have to be paid. And just so I can make sure you are completely aware, this matches federal dollars. And so if this does not move forward in this time frame and these funds expire, the National Estuary Program on the East End does not have match dollars to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
What she's saying is absolutely 100% true. Not even a question, because I did speak to Congressman Zeldin's office relative to this, and they are very much in favor of this. They care very much about the estuaries, and they said the exact same thing that she just said, that time is of the essence. You know, they need to get these things done. And it's just unfortunate that it's come to this. I would much rather battle the DEC if they thought of changing jurisdiction in Wildwood Lake than jam up a project that's so good for the environment. I don't know. I don't even know what else to say. And I was hoping, and maybe because I'm an optimist, that there's good faith somewhere in the world, especially relative to all of these projects that concern the environment, which is why I got involved with being a trustee, and all these species of fish and shellfish. And I'm as frustrated as can be with other regulatory authorities that just don't see it as critical as I do. And I just don't see where jamming up the county and jamming up these people with this project over this other situation is going to be beneficial when I weigh the risks with the rewards. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Scott,
guys,
we're
I
not
just-
jamming it up. We're not jamming it up. It's 2 weeks. Let Hattie have the opportunity to produce the letter. If she
It
can't
seems
produce
like
it,
not a lot, but I know what you're saying, Billy, and I get it. And it's just that I know that it's been a long time coming, and in the process, they're right down at the end of this process, and everybody's got budgetary deadlines and whatnot. And I heard this all from Congressman Zeldin's office. And Congressman Zeldin's office has always been very attentive to the fact that the trustees have an issue, and we're trying to get, federal agencies to move quickly and get things done that the trustees need. They've been very attentive to that. And I go back to good faith. I try, you try and work with people, one hand, wash the other hand. Let's dance, but not step on each other's toes. I feel like my head's going to explode with this thing, I just don't see unreasonable people coming to the table from the state to provide the, what we're looking for in the time fashion that we're looking for it in. But I don't have a problem with battling them to the end of the world if they're going to do things that are going to be detrimental or destructive to the environment, as we all trying to work through right now. So it seems like a small ask, but it's a big ask based on where they're at in what I've been hearing and having conversations at the federal level. So it's a tough spot, and I understand that. So if we don't have the support, I don't have the support. But I just, I don't see things changing in 2 weeks. I don't know what to say.
Scott, you have our support. We're just asking for 2 weeks to see if Heidi can produce the letter.
And I would like the town attorney's office to review the full documents of the court case, and Joe Lombardo, our other counsel, to look at it, and perhaps even Mr. Khan to take a look at it and be sure that we are rock solid on this. Because once it's in, and nobody's going to make them take it out. Okay.
And they can. I don't want to take the same thing. If we go to court and we lose because they won't take it out, the next thing is to driving on the beach. Next thing is, something else.
I wouldn't want them to take it out, but I would rather battle with the DEC over stepping on our toes, over trying to sensibly manage a waterway that they want to destroy. You know what I mean? I would rather battle with them over the jurisdictional issues and hang my hat on, as Sean said, the colonial era patents, prior statements made, and a lot of the discussion that we've had here today. I kind of feel like we're on solid ground for them not to want to waste taxpayer money in trying to battle the trustees over causing devastation to a fishery that we're all collaboratively trying to rebuild and respect. So, I mean, I would rather take that to the court and battle with those people. Maybe I'm wrong. But
I understand. I understand it fully, and I agree.
Yeah.
The problem that I have is that when we introduce another species into it, are we diminishing our court case, our arguments in our court case, when we are absolutely now helping the DEC's case?
Well, but you see, but that's why I was pointing to the fact that I think if the wording that was given in the letter of authorization clearly defined specifically what the purpose was, and it was in no way, shape, or form with any intention of changing any jurisdictions whatsoever. And I think that if Sean crafted that in that letter of authorization, it would be very plain. And I think if they tried that and we ended up going to the court and say, listen, here's the trustees and here's the Peconic Estuary Partnership. They tried to collaborate on something good for the environment and good for the species of fish. And they clearly indicated that this allowance of this fish passage in no way, shape, or form was intended to create any jurisdictional changes, and taking that wording in that direction. And I think the judge goes, no, listen, DEC, I'm sorry, but the trustees in good faith did the right thing for the community and for the species. And you're going to cause devastation to the waterway, and you're going to put more pressure on an ecosystem that we've just spent 7 figures and all this time To build, no. You're gonna maintain the home rule of the trustees, and you guys can go someplace else and pick a fight with somebody else.
Mhm.
That's just what I see. That's just what I would want to battle. I could be wrong, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But that's just what I see. So I don't know if you have a comment on my thought, but
The question on voting on this today should be brought up at the resolution stage.
okay. So
Okay.
we'll think about it.
Okay.
'Cause I got,
So we can deal with Sag Harbor's woes for a little while. Does anyone else have any closing statements to make?
So,
I just want to say that I hope, I want to thank all of you for your time and for allowing us to come before you. We very much appreciate it. Again, thank you to Scott for sponsoring this. I hope that regardless of whether you get what you want from the DEC, that we can, again, all look at the big picture and do what is right for the fish and for the environment. This is the most important fish passage project on Long Island. I know that Byron will attest to that. And it is so important for the health of our ecosystem. And we hope that the trustees will be a partner with us on this project and support it. And regarding the timeline, we are expecting bids for this project back very soon, probably next week. And until we have resolution on these Southampton funds, we will not be able to accept a bid and start that contracting process. So again, time is of the essence. And we really do hope that you will look at the big picture and support this project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you who took the time out of your busy lives to speak today to this really important discussion. And I hope that the risk of possible future ramifications can be taken into consideration here when this decision is being made.
Okay.
So Eric, what are you going to close the hearing, or?
I think we have enough information. We can close the public hearing. I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
I have one question. How about
and written comments in for to be received before the next meeting where we will conduct a vote.
If the board would like, I can have the letter with proposed language before you vote today.
I thought we were going to maybe vote today.
That'll be determined when we do the resolution today.
Yeah.
Very
when
good.
we obtain the resolution.
So there's still a possibility of a vote today, though, by the way you're closing this public hearing?
Well, you have a resolution on. I don't know how that's going to go, whether they're going to postpone it for 2 weeks. So if you want to leave it open, then we can leave it open and close it before the next meeting. I don't know how much more information you want.
I would just like to see the letter have Heidi give the opportunity of submitting something, but that can be put in written comment.
Yeah, we have let it open for written comment. I think we've gone over and over again. We all know how important the project is.
It is.
We all support it, but we have fiduciary responsibility, as I said. So it'll be determined of whether we're going to vote on it today or we're going to postpone it till the following meeting. And that will come up in the resolution. So we have some other public hearings that we have to take care of right now. So I make a motion that we close the public hearing. Is there any questions on the motion?
No, I would just close it.
How long is
the written comment period for?
Till the next meeting.
Okay,
2 weeks.
Till 1 o'clock at the next meeting.
2 weeks.
No, to the next meeting.
Oh, next meeting. I'm sorry.
Today, Jess.
Or next week, or the 2 weeks.
John, give us some guidance on this here.
Standard is 14-day.
That's the standard, but this is not a standard situation. So
Right, it's whatever consensus of the board would like.
I would make the motion that we close the public hearing today and leave the comment period open until 1 o'clock on the next meeting day.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Scott?
Aye. Okay.
You want to call it?
Schultz,
Yes.
I said aye. Trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Pell,
Yes.
trustee Welker.
I think the opportunity should be there to vote this afternoon. So no.
It is. You do have the opportunity to vote this afternoon.
Right, this is to leave the
Close.
written comment open.
Just a comment period, Ann.
Okay, then
Yeah, you
yes.
can still vote this afternoon.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right.
Okay, pass. All right. Third public hearing is 65 Cliff Drive LLC, 65 Cliff Drive, Noyak, and the Doug Canal. Make a motion that we open that meeting.
Second.
Scott seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Is anybody still there from Cliff Drive?
Sure.
No.
You do have several hands. You have Ms. Gavin, Ms. Brody,
Where do you
Madeline,
s-
John.
How can you see where there's hands showing? What do you have to click?
Participants on your
Go.
bottom left, it'll show participants and who's raised their hand.
No, it's up on the top, Eric, on the iPad, on the right side. Sorry,
All right.
Sean.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Who would like to speak first? Tiffany Gavin, who's usually the spokesperson most of the time on this. Madeline Ben John. Anybody still on?
Yep. She's asking to be let in, Madeline Van John.
Okay,
I'm doing it.
okay.
Thank you, buddy.
Hi, good afternoon. Madeline Van John representing the applicants. So basically at the last meeting, we had heard that members of the trustees were going to reach out to the DEC, and we're just, so if you have anything to let us know on that, that's pretty much all we were waiting for.
Yes, we have confirmed with Rob Marsh from the DEC, and I was going to get back to you today because it's just been formalized the 29th of this month at 10 o'clock.
That is
AM.
your meeting, that's your meeting with the DEC?
Yeah.
Can you join us?
We'd like you to be there.
Yes,
Can you join us?
absolutely.
That's great. Thank you.
Very good. So that was your concern, right?
Yeah, we have nothing new. We were just waiting on that. That's all we've got.
Okay, very good. Anybody else?
Can I be heard?
Sure.
I'll make it short. You guys have been through it today.
You have to identify yourself, please.
My name is Tiffany Gavin, 53 Cliff Drive. I appreciate your time today. The meeting, is that at low tide? I won't crash it. I'm just curious if it's a low
Close to
tide.
it. Yes, close to it.
Okay, so I would just like to make in direct reaction to the removal of the functional bulkhead from 65 Cliff, the landslide that continues to erode into the waterway and the surrounding properties, causing an alteration and a modification to this property that was surveyed and acknowledged by Wetland Conservation. Altering and modification to plan is against wetland codes and DEC procedures, codes, and guidelines. In addition, 65 Cliff dumped into a waterway, altering navigation and tidal flow, also against DEC codes, procedures, and guidelines. It is my hope that the many issues and complexities are looked at for what it is and is fairly and equitably addressed. the bulkhead was removed and the canal has been harmed, whether by design or by mistake, resulting in DEC violations. We're not asking at this point that 65 Cliff, who seems amenable to being part of the solution at this point, we're hoping that the DEC could work with the trustees to look at this fairly. Had 65 Cliff pulled a permit to remove this bulkhead, resulting in the damages we see here, they would be held to the standard of compliance of the required entities, Blue Book, procedures, codes, and guidelines. 65 Cliff would be required to remove accumulated sediments and debris that fell outside the vicinity of that property line contained by the bulkhead for the last 55 years. The procedure of remediation should follow the codes, the procedures, and the guidelines that the DEC sets forth for people who pull the permits. 65 Cliff should be made to clean up the area to -1 foot and contain their land. I want to show you a fiber core sample from November 28th. It was taken from 3 separate areas on the landslide. They go between 14 inches and 18 inches. We're 7 months later. So this is fiber core samples that Aram's company had done. Can you see that?
No, your hand is away.
Needs to end. Sorry. Let's try again. How's that?
Yes.
Okay. So they were taken from the landslide in 3 separate locations 7 months ago. You could see, respectively, 18, 14, 18. The area continues to deteriorate at a rapid speed.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Tiffany.
sir.
Could you,
Yes.
by any chance, email that to James so you can put it up on the screen, so we can see it better?
I think Aram's on. Maybe Aram could send the whole thing. Aram, is he on? No, he probably left.
I'm here.
What?
Aram, can you send them that plan that you had conducted for us, please?
Or share the screen so people at home can see it. Because actually, a lot of people are watching this, because I had a couple of people comment on you shown on your, when you're walking through the water.
I don't even want to see these videos. I don't even look. So my concern is that I think it needs to be said that the DEC should really be applying the same laws to people that pull the permits. We're not asking for them to pull violations of any financial impact to 65 Cliff. We just want everybody to come together and see that if they did pull a bulkhead permit and this kind of reaction happened, just by them accepting their permit, they would not be allowed to dump in that water. So we just hope that the trustees and the DEC can work together and apply a remediation to bring back tidal flow and navigation so we could enjoy some healthy, clean, viable water. Since you like my live views, I had planned to show you the end of the canal. Speaking of unhealthy conditions of water. So the shoal has increased because of the blocking of the landslide. And the tide is coming in a little bit now. But it wasn't the greatest water at the end of the canal, but there was water. This is what it looks like now. When I put my bulkhead in 2 years ago, down here, again, not deep, but water moving in and out. Now, as the tide comes in, it's covering my 80-foot length of bulkhead is now 40 feet at low tide that looks like this muck. And it stinks, literally and figuratively. So we just hope that the DEC can apply the same rules for remediation. Thank you for your time.
I received the documents from Aaron. I'm going to put them up on the screen.
Thanks, James.
Okay.
Everybody see it?
Are these the same documents that were previously submitted, the ones that sent me a copy of?
I don't know. Just take a look at them and see. They look familiar?
I don't know, I can't see the date.
Oh, can you scroll up, James?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. President Schultz, Aram Tertunian, First Coastal Corporation, West Hampton Beach, New York. Yes, Ms. Van John, they are the same documents I forwarded to you electronically and by hard copy.
Okay, so these have already been in the trustee file for a while. This isn't new information. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Any particular page you want to see, or?
The core samples, so people can see it at home, what she was talking about.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you can bring up that.
Can you scroll in on those, James?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
You're welcome.
Mr. President Schultz, if I could be heard, I'll just explain these briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
You can see there's a clear contact line between the overlying sand on this first core on the left side. There's a clean contact line between the overlying sands and the material that is distinctly different below it. It's a bit more diffuse on the middle core, but it's also quite sharp on the core on the right-hand side. And as Ms. Gavin said, these were taken many months ago. And not to lengthen your meeting, I will just close by saying that in order to calculate the amount of material we felt had moved from the land into the water body, we used a survey from a licensed surveyor, as well as these physical cores that we collected. And I reviewed the materials that were very thoughtfully provided to me by your staff. And the only calculation in there is a letter from Mr. Costello, which says he looked at it and he thinks it's about 45 yards. I would say that the burden of proof lies with the applicant, and they should use a professionally licensed surveyor in the same way that the rest of the people on Cliff Drive Canal did, to calculate how much fill needs to be removed to bring this back to the pre-existing condition. And it shouldn't be done on an estimate based on field observations, but it should be done by measurements.
Okay, but in reality, we don't know what that number is going to be until we make a determination with the DEC on the height of the bulkhead as to what that bulkhead is going to accept. So if it's a low sill, essentially it's going to be less than a higher bulkhead. So
that may very well be the case, regardless of how much can be placed behind whatever bulkhead is constructed. The material that's in the waterway should be removed.
Yeah, it could be trucked to an upland disposal site.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So, it's going to be determined by what we come up with. Okay.
Mr. Schultz, may I ask another question?
Yeah, sure.
The Marty Shea specifically went out to change the ecotone of this area, and it has changed. This material been sitting in this in this waterway since 2019 at this point. If there are seagrasses there now that there weren't before, would this preclude the DEC from being part of the cleanup? If grasses had grown here because of what this landslide is, that wouldn't have been there, is that going to preclude a cleanup?
Well, I had a discussion with the DEC on that point, and they were indicating that that might be a case, but I'm going to stress the case that these wouldn't have been there in the first place, and there's the possibility of maybe we can transplant them and relocate them in front of the bulkhead.
I appreciate you acknowledging that, and I think that would be a fair solution if the material is good for the environment, it has the opportunity to grow on 65 Cliff, not in a once navigable, once tidal waterway.
Mhm.
I appreciate you acknowledging that. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Okay.
When you were talking about the seagrasses, okay, I'm their neighbor, directly their neighbor. I haven't seen any more seagrasses growing, but when you said you would transplant them, does that mean upland of the bulkhead or in the canal?
It depends on what type of grass it is.
Yeah.
Whether it's alterniflora or patents.
Okay, I wouldn't know the difference, I guess, but I haven't seen it.
Needs to have communication with water twice a day. That's why it's called alterniflora, and patents grows above the high water mark. So I don't know. I don't know at this point. I don't know what the DEC is going to want. You know, we'll have to mark it out where the bulkhead's going to be and see what's going on. I don't think it's a lot, you know, but I don't want it to interfere with the final determination of where the bulkhead line should be.
Okay.
Could Mr. Chachurian be part of that DEC meeting to represent or just even listen in at the 29th meeting, sir?
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna have to ask the DEC on that one. I think it's usually between the board and the DEC and the applicant. That's the way we usually work things.
And to my knowledge, I don't think they've made, Madeline Venjon can speak to this. Have you made formal application to the DEC?
No, we have not yet made formal application because we know that you wanted to reach out to them first. So we
Right. I think the reality is, and let's not jump ahead of ourselves.
Right.
Let's go down there and have a meeting. Meet us down there. You got to wait until the DEC actually has a formal application before them, you know? So but I think,
yes,
let's make sure that there's synchronization here so that at least there's something that they could officially talk to you about. So you got to be very careful right here, right now.
Well, you know, Ms. Gavin, I understand that, you know, you kind of want somebody to be an advocate for your side, and you have that with Scott and I already.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So, you know, the applicant will be represented and your side will be represented, as we have demonstrated through the course of this whole thing.
You have been unwavering in your resolve, and it is very, very respected and appreciated. And to Ms. Venjon, I would like to say thank you, because it does seem like you are representing people that are coming to a solution to this problem. And I'm hoping that we could all come together and just clean this up and resume, and you could move forward with your project, and the trustees never have to look at my face again.
Go out and plant clams.
And we would love clams. We would love some oysters back.
Yeah, let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's let them have the opportunity to provide the DEC with a formal application that's going to be, you know, acceptable, and then we can go beyond that once they have something as well.
Madeline,
Yes.
how far off is your application to the DEC?
Well, we were waiting at the last meeting, you know, Scott and Eric had advised that they were going to talk to them. And so we didn't want to put any formal application together. I mean, we have plans for what we propose to you. If they agree with that, we can send them over to them. If it needs revisions, we'll have to revisions.
Right.
Okay.
So let's meet at the site and then take it from there.
And did you get any violations from the DEC at all?
No.
No, okay.
Nor wetlands conservation. And on May 5th of this year, Marty Shea was standing on the violation and did not impose a violation. Again, we're not wanting that to happen at this point, but this area has not been fairly put under the same violations that I would have been when I pulled my permit. We're only looking for fairness moving forward at this point.
Right. So there's a meeting scheduled for the 29th. Let's go have the meeting on the 29th as we have planned, and then let them craft a formal application to the state. That's something that's, you know, people can actually look at and make a determination on, and then move to the next step in the process beyond that. But right now there's 0 pending. So 29th, we'll go from there.
Yes.
Mr. Horowitz, when you guys are at that meeting, if you and Mr. Schultz could look at the shoal, and we understand everything is not the issue of 65 Cliff. We are very well aware of that. My neighbors and I would like to have the opportunity to clean up this canal beyond what was damaged by the material from 65 Cliff. How would we go about that?
Well, I can address that a little bit. In my conversations with Mr. Marsh of the DEC, he was indicating initially that the possibility of different erosion control techniques. And when I informed him that the owners of the canal might want to dredge that canal to make it a navigable waterway. So then he said to me, he says, oh, okay, then the bulkhead is the only option.
Oh, so there was a conversation and you guys see the need for the area to be cleaned up.
I broached the subject of the homeowners group possibly coming in at some time to dredge that to a more acceptable level of navigation.
And would that be open to a 10-year maintenance dredge?
Well, yeah, any of those permits like that to the DEC would have to be a separate permit, but it would be, they usually 10 years, yes. You wouldn't have to do it every 10 years. They just issued a permit for 10 years.
Would the town of Southampton be willing to partner up with the division of financial burden to the cleanup?
Oh, I don't know about
We can't
that.
speak for the town. We can't speak for the town of Southampton. And I just want to caution everybody, really. 29th, we're going down there. You don't have a formal application to the DEC yet at this point in time. I think that you really need to wait until there's paperwork at the DEC to really be able to have a good, effective conversation relative to what's going on here.
Right.
It's not a normal situation that's occurring. We all concur with that. We need to go through the alphabet one letter at a time here, and we're making progress. We have a meeting scheduled. I think beyond that, I think we'll be able to maybe answer some more of these questions. But until that, and until they make that formal application, I think we need to give them that opportunity before we start putting the cart before the horse here.
Is there any value for
I
us?
still have a question.
Tiffany,
can I
just
speak?
speak for a second. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The height of the bulkhead, is that going to match the height that was originally there? Because part of mine is still good and they cut it down. And I want to know if what is going to be put up will match it, will be higher than it, will be lower than it. Is there any way that you might feel or understand what it would be like?
And what would you prefer?
I don't know. I'm just curious. I don't care as long as it does what it's supposed to do.
Again,
but
right.
I just noticed the way it's cut. It was cut by some reasonable mechanical saw, and their bulkhead is not there. So I want to know if it's a continuation of my bulkhead or something different.
Well, we'll discuss that after the 29th when we come up with a unified response. Okay. Anything now is just supposition.
And it's not in our jurisdiction. That's a separate regulatory authority's call to make. So and we're trying to get these things to synchronize. Otherwise, you're not going to have a project be able to be done. So it's a big step having Ms. Van John come and having those folks come, and again they don't have this application before them to look at. So we're asking all these questions and there's nothing there yet. You have to give people the opportunity. You got to give them the opportunity.
Right. So contrary to popular belief, the trustees do have good working relationships with the DEC in some branches.
So let the process play out. It's everybody's coming to the table, as you've indicated, in good faith.
Mm-hmm.
Try and find a resolution that makes sense. Let's not jump ahead of these meetings. It's just not, it's counterproductive in my opinion.
Okay.
Is there any value in
that shows where the bulkhead was and so on and so forth, and I will forward it to you. You might find it useful. I don't know.
Is there any value in us?
Okay.
Is there any value in us? 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 Is there any
Okay.
It's on Aram's plan. Is there any value in us putting in the application for the second part of the dredging at
No,
the same time?
I wouldn't do any of that now.
Okay,
What we want is the upland suitably retained in anticipation that a dredging could take place at some other point.
okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. We really do appreciate all your energy. It's extensive. We see this.
Okay. Anybody else?
No other hands.
Okay. All right. Well, and I make a motion that we adjourn this public hearing until the next meeting of town trustees, so where we can discuss the results of, to discuss the results of our meeting with the DEC. Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so carried.
Eric, I think we skipped the public hearing.
We
Yes.
did.
Yeah, you'll need a motion to take number 2 out of order.
I'll make
Okay.
that motion. Take number 2 out of order.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Trying to do it to
Sure.
some people
That's fine. It's fine.
all day. Public hearing on the amendment of Blue Book A 340, considering amending the management and products of the waters of the town of Southampton, Article 7, Section 66, entitled Areas Designated Restrictions. I'd like to open that public hearing. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Aye. Okay. Who's sponsoring this, Sean or?
Sean could speak to it.
Okay.
This one was sponsored by trustee Warner. And it was to take your temporary shellfish limitations and restrictions that we did by special authorization and amend the blue book to reflect the same.
Okay.
I'm trying to look for the reso.
That was the dates of the, right, Ed? That was the dates of the raisin clams?
Yes, and the harvest limits on clams and.
It's all good.
Okay.
Up for.
Does anybody have any, the public have any comments? Anybody wish to speak on this?
Are there any hands raised?
No hands.
Okay.
I think the reso got separated from this today, but we can have a reso on for the next time if the board's inclined to close the hearing, so you can vote on it for the next meeting.
Okay.
Let's close the hearing and so we can have a vote on it then. I need a second on that.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 4 is the public hearing on the amendment of the Blue Book, Article 7, Section 53, pier line and designated areas of Sag Harbor Cove.
This was adjourned. This was sponsored by trustee Welker. The proposed amendment was to change the 75-foot delineation to 90, if I recall correctly.
Yes, you're correct.
Soundings required. So this was adjourned on the last meeting. Same thing, the reso was separated because it was adjourned. If the board's inclined, we can vote after commentary on the next meeting.
I would like to, I have not had a chance to go down and do a depth sounding, or we have not. So yes, we're gonna need to adjourn it.
Please.
Till next meeting.
Okay. So Ed, you're making a motion to adjourn it?
Yes, correct.
Second?
Second.
And second it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public hearings. So we have a request from David Levine, who wishes to speak at a meeting at the public portion. Is he on?
He's coming in.
Okay.
Busy today, Charles.
Busy,
really.
wait till next week.
He's gonna miss dinner.
Wait till next week.
I never miss dinner.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Okay, hello, I'm here, everybody. I'm here. Can you see me or hear me?
We cannot see you. We can hear you.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'll put my video on too. Hold on. Now you should be able to see. Okay. Thank you. I'm here.
Okay.
first of all, I want to start by saying I have even a greater appreciation to what you folks do for us here in Southampton. I've been on from 1 o'clock on, and I see even more what goes on. So thank you very much for that. I don't know if you have an agenda from me. There were some things I wanted to talk to the Board of Trustees about Little Noack Path, and mainly, safety issues, and that I'm sure everybody would agree that all residents of Southampton, whether you're in the town, the village, et cetera, are due the same amount of safety, regardless of, where your home is. And I understand, that trustees have, X amount of money that they spend, and they spend it very wisely. And what I'm asking for is that if it's possible to look at the road where, if there's funds, hopefully there would be funds for this. If it could, one, it's very dangerous. There's not a line down the road. It's just, a lot of times cars turn down the road and they think it's a one-way street, and they're like almost in the middle of the road. So there's a danger there. We live on the road, so we're very careful when we drive, because we know where the blind spots are, and we know where people tend, they walk their dogs, they go for walks, there's bicycle riders, et cetera, et cetera. So I would hope that, I don't know if there's a way that a yellow line could be, divide the road in half. So when cars make a turn onto the road, they realize they're going, it's a two-way road. That's number one, which would be a big safety issue, to help with the road. Number two, the town has made great efforts. We're living here full time since '95, and we're in this house now, I think about 5 or 6 years. The town's made great efforts to lay the pipes and have fire hydrants available, in the event there's a fire. We've had a number of fires on this road since we're living here. And for one of them, I think 2 of them actually caused both homes to burn down completely or almost completely. I think the latest one was December a few years ago, lower Little Noack Path. I think it was a Hearst family property where, the home almost burnt down altogether. So I guess I'd be asking or looking for some help and support from the town to see if they could look at our road as, adding the fire hydrants to the road. And then as a third request, of course, and I guess this would become before putting maybe the yellow line down. However, based on other things taking longer, the yellow line may have to go, would be nice if it can go down. But the other thing is, a lot of the town roads and village roads, have been repaved. And I'm not sure the last time Little Noack Path, had any major work done to it. Yes, we appreciate, that you do fill in the potholes. And as we know, potholes, when you fill them in, they last X amount of time, and then you got the pothole there usually again. So those are kind of the 3 major safety concerns in reference to Little Noack Path that I wanted to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry. The 4th one has to do with trees. I should bring this up. There is a situation with, it's a heavily traveled road, landscapers. It appears that there's been different places where they, even though there's about 60 homes on the road now, they are still opportunities where they dumped off, trees and other debris on the road. And there was one tree actually between our property and 425 Little Noack Path, closer to 425 Little Noack Path, where there's a tree that's kind of leaning. I sent the picture over to Ann over the weekend about that tree. So there's really 4 safety issues, because Obviously, when you have a lot of dead trees lying around, if we should have very dry weather, there's a lot of, it's a shortcut road. There's a lot, somebody throws a cigarette butt, the rest is history, what'll happen. So those are the four major concerns that I have with the road.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Levine.
Yeah.
Question for Scott.
Yes.
This one of the roads that was on the list that was presented to the supervisor?
Yes, it was. This is one of the four. As stated, the trustees, we have some roads that we own, we know we own, and some we're not sure we own, right, Billy? And we have a restricted road fund, and that's for all the roads in the entire town, and it's kind of meager. At last check, it was only $124,000 in there to maintain all the roads in the entire town that the trustees have the responsibilities. So this was one, I believe, of the four that we asked the supervisor, the town board and comptroller to start to do the research on for them to accept them into their system, because it does not lead to water. And as Mr. Levine has stated, it's heavily traveled, landscapers and so on and so forth, and safety issues. And, we're more geared up to maintaining roads that are leading to water for public access to waterways. This is really beyond what our maintenance people could effectively handle. And you are paying a substantial amount of taxes on your homes, as is your neighbors. So I don't know where the supervisor is at in this process. Has anybody, and this is your area, have you heard anything relative to this or no?
Actually, Trustee Horowitz, I've been on the traffic committee calls. Currently, the town board put out a bid for estimated costs on the list of 5 roads we provided. I do believe this was one of them. So they're in the preliminary stages of drawing up plans. I believe the number that came back was somewhere around $600,000 for the cost of the 5 roads in the planning phase. So that's where they had left off. We need to go back to the town board with that committee. I believe yourself and Trustee Schultz were involved in that committee as well.
Yes. So,
has there been any correspondence from the town telling us that? This is the first time hearing of it.
It's on for our next traffic committee. We just received a preliminary report on it. I believe I forwarded it. I can forward it again.
Yeah, I don't have any correspondence on it. I know they were after that first meeting, I assumed they were working on it, but that's
right.
What, are they doing research on the ownership of the road also?
Well, it's unknown ownership on some of these.
Right.
We can go in more depth, but there's no title for these because they were essentially passed down through a patent. So some of them, they're curb cuts where the trustees have collected money, that type of thing. Some of them, they're not. Some of them, nobody really knows who owns the roads. So it's an issue. It could be a meeting itself, and it is a meeting itself.
Right.
What would that funding accomplish, Sean, on those 5 roads?
The conversation we had, actually, I was looking through my email as we were just speaking here. It is one of the roads that we had provided, including Widow Gavitt's, Old Sagar Harbor Road, Little Noyak Path, and Noyak Path. They're in the preliminary stage. We've yet to receive the report. The town board directed a company to prepare a report about what it would take engineering-wise to bring these up to town law 200 standard, which is the highway standard.
Mm-hmm.
So the preliminary estimate was around $600,000 for the first phase of this.
Okay.
First phase.
Yeah.
First phase.
From the communications I've had with our engineering department, that was the number conveyed to me. We're going to get a more specific breakdown before our next traffic safety meeting.
So would that include widening, striping, fire hydrants?
That's just the planning phase for architecture.
That's just the plan.
Right. But I mean,
that's...
I'm sorry. To bring it up to highway standards, is that what that would? Okay.
So but the water should be put down by the private residents, not by the town or us, because it's it would be up to the private residents to pay for whatever they put down there.
Right. So what had been discussed would be creating a special improvement district for these 4 or 5 roads. The residents on that road, of course, always have the option of filing a town law 200 petition, where they would just approve their own road. and bear the cost on a tax bill spread out. I believe it's over a
15.
7-year period based on their assessment. So that's something we could explore. But like I said, that could be a whole meeting by itself just for one road.
Well, I don't know if you could hear me. You know, when the trustees, when this was, you know, a trustee road, I don't know how many years ago, 100 years ago, whenever, you know, it was developed into, you know, was stated as a trustee road, there's probably no more than a few homes on the road. And now there's about 60 homes, and probably on the average, and I know the tax money goes other places, but on the average, it's probably, you know, in the area of about, you know, 12 to 15,000. Some homes are $25,000 a year in taxes. So just say as an even number that the town, I realize the trustees aren't seeing this money, but the town itself is taking in about $900,000 to $1 million in real estate taxes, which I understand takes care of schools and town hall and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I not sure if we're getting like I don't want to use the word lack of a better word, our fair share of the tax money back to help with, you know, essential services. I mean, I think fire hydrants is a major like safety factor, and I think if it included a tax increase across the board, every road in Southampton, we should all be treated fairly. Every road in Southampton should have, where people are living, there should be a fire hydrant, you know.
Mr. Levine?
Yes.
Can I interrupt you for, I sat on the fire district for 5 years in Southampton. I don't remember what district you are in, but you should be talking to the district. If you have no town water up there, no Suffolk County water up there, then they put wells in.
Distance, yeah.
Yeah. So they put wells in with electric wells with meters, what the trucks hook up to. When the Hearst house went on fire, they had to truck in 90% of the water into that fire. I was on one of the hydrants where they were pumping water into the tankers that night. And most of your tax bill goes to the school, and you should look at it, see how it's all separated. And you do have some claims with the town about taking over the road and fixing it up, but for hydrants, you really have to find out your fire district and go to them. If it's not, it might be North Sea, it could be Southampton, but I think it's North Sea. Might even be Sag.
I think it's actually, I think it says it says Bridgehampton.
Oh, Bridgehampton, then go to
Bridgehampton. Say Bridge. There's like a little sign there, you know.
Yeah.
Bring Bridgehampton Fire District.
You can go to Bridgehampton Fire District. They're really nice. They have money, and they can tell you exactly what it would cost and what's feasible. Because they do get money from the insurance companies for have it to put wells in and hydrants in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Again, you know, where I feel not that what I'm asking for is falling on deaf ears, because you ladies are very nice, but I feel again that, you know, I think we would all agree that everybody who owns a home in Southampton should be treated fairly. And by not having some of these essential services, and I hear what that other gentleman said who walked away, or maybe you're still there, who said I should go to the Bridgehampton Town Fire, which I could explore doing. That's not going to be a major problem, but I just feel these are all essential services, you know, that should be taken care of pretty much, you know, by the government, you know, by whether it be, you know, and I know here we have, it seems like there's different forms of government, you know, whether it's, you know, a town or a trustee situation. But I just think that, you know, when you have a situation where you have, you know, so many homes now on a road, the road is heavily trafficked. There's, I'm surprised there's not more accidents or problems here, especially, you know, with the road not having a line down it, you know, just as a start for that safety. But then all these other things that I brought up, you know, I just feel that it's something that if somehow the town takes over the road or you folks work, you just say, okay, everybody that lives on Little Noyak Path now is gonna, for the next X years, is gonna be paid X amount of money, have to pay X amount of money more. And we're gonna give you the fire hydrants or something. I will go to Bridgehampton Fire Department between now and the next meeting and see what I can find out there. I'll have to, make a call and find out who to contact there. This gentleman just came back. Maybe he could tell me who to call at the Bridgehampton Fire Department.
Billy, do you have a contact number for Mr.
No,
Lipke?
but if you, what is your, give me
I'll
a
give you,
call.
I'll give you my email. You could send it to me. It's
No, just give me, I'll give you my cell number. It's 631
yes.
804-2519.
Okay.
Just give me a call tomorrow and I'll call the chief tonight and find out.
Yeah, I mean, we live here full time. We've lived, like I said, we lived in Southampton off of Noyak Road, Roses Grove area for 25 years or plus, and now we're here 6 years. And I just feel that, when we bought this home, didn't even realize, by the way, that it wasn't, a public, we thought it was a town road, we didn't know anything about trustee roads,
I'm gonna call him right now, just
so
on mute.
as far as the other issues, as far as the dead trees and other stuff lying around on the side, some are vacant pieces of land that there's no home on it, others are, there are people that, like on our property, somebody, dumped some dead trees that we're not happy about, off the road, that type of thing. But it seems that, that leaning tree, it's, I sent you that picture where you can see it's pulling up a bit from the dirt. Next major storm we have, that tree is definitely going to come down it's tall enough, it's going to come down, it's leaning towards the utility lines that are on the road. So it will take the utility lines down the next,
That might be on private property too, and you need the property owner to make the call on that.
Yeah.
It might not even be on our property.
Right. PSEG should be notified whenever.
How much land off the road is town property or, would be trustee property?
That's a good
Anyone can tell you off the top of their head, but if you write all your issues down in an email, we could forward them to the appropriate divisions of the town.
Yeah.
And look into each and every issue for you, as well as, the trustees and town board already have a joint commission about this roadway. So we could add your comments to that commission's agenda and notify you when the hearing for them is going to be.
Yeah. Sean, do I send it to Ann and copy you, or who do I send it to?
That would be great.
I can forward it.
All right, you can forward it to Sean. Okay. All right. So I'll do all that, and I'm trying to, like I said, make it a safer place for us to live, and obviously, I feel that that the people that live here, we're not treated fairly compared to if we were living like at our old house. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, you have a unique circumstance up there. It's just like, I've been around a long time. This all started back about 35 years ago when that land was all being developed up there. And there was old traditional paths and roads through the hills that people used. And the question came up is that, the trustees or the proprietors, another trustee board went out of business. Who inherited these roads? Are they really roads? Were they laid out in colonial days, therefore they would be owned by the town? So it's a big question of ownership at that point. And basically it was just shoved on the trustees. Hey, you're in charge of that stuff, without a lot of research being done. And it wasn't really a big issue. But now all these, it took like $1.98 to clean up these roads every once in a while. But now with all these houses, there's a tremendous,
pressure.
The infrastructure, and it's breaking down. And there really was never any thought of supporting more than what was brought in from the building permits to support a fund to to fix these roads. And the trustees really don't want to be in the road business. We want to be in the clam business like you saw in the beginning.
Right.
And tremendous tax on our marine maintenance division to now we're in the highway business. So Scott and I went to the supervisor. When he explained the situation, we said, something's got to be done about this because we're running out of money and we're not going to be able to keep these roads the way they are. The reason why houses would be able to be built on these roads is because they were declared as basically like semi-private roads. So they didn't have to conform to the town road specifications. The specific specifications that you have in order to be taken into the town highway system for the town highway department to plow and do all the maintenance on these roads. So it was suggested that we start to untangle ourselves from the road business because it's chewing up our time when we had to put buoys out. So we decided that we were going to give the list to 4 or 5 of the roads to the town to begin extricating ourselves from the situation. The town would fix them up to town highway specifications and incorporate them into the highway system. So then you'd have the same benefits as you had at your last house.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate everybody. I know it's been a long day. And can you let me know when the next meeting is like this? I'm gonna type up the list. I'm gonna send it over to Ann. I'm gonna meet. I'm going to meet with the Bridgehampton Fire Department people and see what information I can find out. And I just want to like kind of, keep little Noack Path.
on our minds, right?
Yeah, on your minds. That's the best way. Hey, listen. It's I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody there. My wife and I, we just love it here. We love that it's peaceful. On our property, but like I said, the road has become a cut through. People off of Cook's Lane, they Cook's Lane to Noack Path, right up Little Noack Path, and then they go down Middle Line Highway to Noack or wherever they, it's like a shortcut to get them off the highway, I guess.
Turns into the COVID 500, right?
Yeah, well, I've met with you folks once before we had the pandemic. I remember coming at the town hall and you guys were all great. And too, ladies. But all right, so then I won't take up any more time. I'll send this list on and then when is the next meeting so I can let Jessica know? I'd like to, just.
Well, July 12th.
July 12th.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And Mr. Levine, last time that you spoke, we requested increased enforcement, increased patrols by the police department. Was that helpful?
I don't see them. There's no place for them to really, I don't want to use the word hide. The road, I don't see them on the road,
They put a sign, a speed sign up. That was the one thing. And then I think they increased the number of their patrols. We can ask for that again.
Yeah, definitely didn't increase their number of patrols. And I know there's some signs that say hidden drive, but they're covered now with trees, like when you come around blind corners.
This was a temporary sign, one of the speed signs.
Oh, yeah, I think there was one up, yes. But I don't, but you want to know something? The cars kept going as fast. They just kept going as fast as, and trucks too, that's the thing. And, I just hope and pray like it doesn't take, God forbid, like a terrible accident or loss of life for then all of a sudden, boom, we got to do something on Little Noack Path. Whether it be somebody walking their dog or somebody walking their baby in a carriage or something like that, and we'll just try to see what we can do here. But I'll send you, in writing again, the points that are concerned, and then I will follow up with the Bridgehampton Fire Department, and I'll see everybody on July 12th.
Mr. Levine?
Yes.
I have the information, so send me your number, call me, and I'll text the number back to you.
Okay, all right.
Well,
then
I have to give them your number because they don't want me to give you the cell number out.
No, no worry. I'll my number, it'll come from a 917 number, my text.
Okay.
It's an old number that I have forever, but it'll be coming to you. Because I've had cell phones 40 years or something.
Then if they don't call you in a couple of days, just call me and I'll push them.
All right, I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's help, and we'll just have a very happy, healthy 4th of July, and as we move back towards a more normal life, right?
Yes.
Right.
It was the July 12th going to be in person or a Zoom again?
Yes, in person.
Oh, okay. So at Town Hall.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. It's in person, honey. Yeah, my wife is here. So, all right. All right. Well, then I'll see everybody on July 12th, and thank you so much.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Charles, anybody else for public portion?
Good question.
It would be patient souls if they do.
There is a Peconic water sports. It's been here a long time.
He's on for an application.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll go through these real quick, stay with in order. Okay, so first one, hold on a second, let me get it up here. So it's small writing. Trustee Resolution 2021-108, they're requesting that it be postponed to the next meeting. So I make a motion that it be postponed till the next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Application of let's see, hold on. 2021-143 renewal application, first one of Stuart Moskowitz, 26 Ringneck Road, Remsenburg. Simple renewal. Make a motion to be approved.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Scott.
I've got another renewal application, trustee resolution 2021-144. It's Ronald Friedman, permit number BLK 00114, 16A Sunset Avenue in East Quogue, and I recommend its renewal.
Second.
Ed seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Next.
Trustee Resolution 2021-145. 1 North Road, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-207-4-24.38, body of water, Shinnecock Canal. We were over this at work session. I recommend its approval. I need a second.
Second.
Scott seconded, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
You have another one, Ed.
Yep. Trustee Resolution 2021-146. It's a renewal of the application of Swiss Creek 124 LLC. Permit number BLK 00127, 124 Springville Road, Hampton Bays, tax map number 900-293-4-1 and 2, body of water, Swiss Creek. I recommend its approval. I need a second.
Second.
Scott seconded, all in favor?
Aye. Trustee Resolution 2021-147. This is a third renewal for Rainer Schoenbach, Sag Road, 531 Sagaponic Road, Village of Sagaponic. I'd like to request its renewal.
Second.
Ed seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Resolution 2021-148. This is a second renewal for 55 Ambleside, 55 Ambleside Lane, Bridgehampton, New York. Body of water, Sam's Creek. I'd like to request its renewal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Brother.
Okay.
Well, I got the trustee resolution 2021-149. It was for authorizing the Board of Trustees to issue the letter of authorization consenting to and in support of Suffolk County Parks Woodhull Dam Fish Ladder Project. I think Sean had some, I don't know if Sean wants to speak on this, if he had some.
Wait, do you think that we're gonna be involved in a long discussion on this? Because maybe we should take Peconic Water Sports out of order.
Let's take Peconic Water Sports out of order. I'd like to.
We take Peconic Water Sports LLC out of order.
I'll second that, Eric.
Okay, Ed. All right, let's deal with that.
Trustee Resolution 2021-151 says authorize the president to sign a license agreement with Peconic Water Sports LLC for 2021 at 53 Pine Neck Avenue, Noyak, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map 905-1-13.1, body of water, Mill Creek. Whereas Peconic Water Sports LLC has requested a license to use the trustees' Pine Neck Avenue ramp and dock for the pickup and drop-off location for occasional vessel operations during standard operating hours, and whereas the Board of Trustees are willing to grant the use of such dock and ramp subject to terms and conditions of a license agreement for a term beginning May 1st, 2021 and ending October 1st, 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby authorizes the president to enter into a license agreement with Peconic Water Sports for the use of the dock and ramp installed at 51 Pine Neck Avenue for the term previously noted.
Second.
Ed seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So carried. Okay.
Eric, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for sticking in there. It's a long meeting.
Hey, guys, you can't win them all. I actually learned a lot, so, that was cool.
Face a lot of issues, don't we?
Yeah, you guys are doing more than I would have ever known. So it's, it was interesting, but I'm going to roll. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Bye.
Eric,
Eric,
can I speak for a second?
Yeah.
I've been in touch with Phil Gay. He has a beach event resolution on for tonight. He's waiting on call. He can't get on Zoom, but if you guys have any questions regarding it, I can call him. So if you could just take that out of order as well.
When is that? Which resolution?
It's down at the bottom.
155, the clam bakes, East End clam.
Yeah.
Is there a problem with it anyway? You have a
It's
problem?
in Ed, it's in your area.
It's
Dune
the
Beach.
same as he did last year. It's the same resolution essentially.
Yep.
We are going to be providing a monitor down there because there are birds that are close in vicinity.
Okay.
But with a monitor, it'll be fine.
All right. Trustee Resolution 2155, issue permit to East End Clam Banks, Inc. for a beach event located at Dune Beach, Southampton Village, New York, June 26, 2021 from 6 to 10:30 p.m. Basically, we did are going to do all the monitoring for the plovers and everything, so it's all good to go. So I recommend its approval.
Second.
And seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
What? Do you have a question on it, Bill?
No,
Oh.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. I want to go back now in order to, hold on.
2021-1
49.
140.
149.
2021-149 was the resolution to authorize the Board of Trustees to issue the letter of authorization consenting to and in support of the Suffolk County Parks Woodhull Dam Fish Ladder Project. I think Sean, do you want to opine on this?
I did have a draft letter that was sent out to the board. I could attempt to share my screen if you want it on here.
Yeah, why don't you?
Well, the question is, should we be just talking about this at the next meeting or not?
Because the draft letter should be talked about in
Executive session. I don't see what you're feeling.
Right. Well, I had to prepare for both ways as it's, so we have some members of the board saying adjourn it. We have some members of the board saying vote it. So either way, you have the letter
what we're going to do. Okay. Someone want to sponsor a resolution? I'll sponsor a resolution that we adjourn this till the next meeting, and then to formally vote on it at that point, and no more delays.
Second.
Okay. Bill seconded it. Who else? You want to identify yourself or how you feel? What do you want to do?
And I don't think anything's going to change. I don't think anything's going to change.
So Scott, Ann?
Well, what are we waiting for? I agree. I think we should vote today.
And we're waiting for Wildwood Lake to be used by everybody in the state. But anyway, Ed?
I think we should move forward on it with one caveat on a yes vote if it passes, that if we don't hear from the DEC within the 2-week period, the written comment, that we could revoke it.
Okay, then motion, then the resolution fails. Someone make a resolution. I'll make a resolution. No, someone make a Scott, you're gonna make it resolution.
Well, I'll just read this I'll just read this, and then we could vote on this. We have a resolution here, but Sean did have some draft language, I think. I don't know if he wants to discuss that now or if that's appropriate or not.
Well, it's in there, isn't it? The board of trustees.
Sean drew a separate. It's in our email. Sean, do you want to speak to that?
Is that appropriate or not appropriate?
It's fine because that's what would be released. That's what you're talking about as a board.
Yes.
So if you want me, I could read it in. We would give from the board express permission to the Suffolk County Department of Parks, Recreation and Conservation and any agents thereof acting within the scope of their employment, access to the property for purpose of installing, inspecting, and monitoring a fish passage at Woodhull Dam at the point of connection of said installment to Wildwood Lake. The Board of Trustees of the freeholders and commonality of the town of Southampton consent to and support proposed environmental project. This letter shall serve as a request and authorization for the town of Southampton CPF to release grant funding certified by the town board for the fish passage at Woodhull Dam. Such authorization shall be immediately revoked, and the trustees demand removal of all structures in event of any jurisdictional challenge presented or asserted as against the Board of Trustees of Freeholders and Commonality of Town of Southampton.
Sounds good.
It sounds pretty strong.
That's what I wanted in there.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Can we send that over to Joe? Let him take a look at it really quick, get a second opinion on it, make sure it's strong enough.
It's in your email if you'd like to forward the same.
I don't know. It appears, Bill, that the 3 members want to vote on this. Yes. So does it make a difference?
I think just to be on the safe side.
Well, you have to convince the other 3 members who want to advance this.
Well,
who made the motion? Scott?
Yeah, I mean, it's my resolution,
Okay.
We can hold it for, we have a few more things to go through. So we could take it out of order at the end.
Or,
if you want to see what Joe has to say. But
my understandings from conversations that I had with Special Counsel Lombardo on this was that it was important to clarify if we were going to move forward with this, that the purpose of this is exactly as Sean has stated, is that we're not opening a passageway to the ocean free and clear for the purposes and the ability of the New York State DEC to change any jurisdictions. And as long as that distinction, my understanding was, as long as that distinction was made, that we would be on solid ground, and again, we still have the ability to, as he stated in that authorization, to make our demands.
And it also acknowledges our ownership of it by the Suffolk County. So it strengthens our stance as far as us being able to regulate it.
I think it does, and based on any showings of good faith, and I've used that terminology throughout the discussion today, coming from the people that you're expecting in a 2-week period of time, I just don't see happening, okay? and they're going to dig in. And at the end of the day, nothing's going to happen. And
Okay,
if they
so
want to take a challenge to us on jurisdiction and create something that's not in the best interest of the people of this town, I think based on what I've seen and heard and based on language in that authorization, that they're going to have one heck of a fight with us. And I don't think that they're going to want to spend that kind of money. And we're sitting on, 7 figures specifically.
Well,
and furthermore, forget special counsel. The town would have to be stepping in with us as well, because they're providing a substantial amount of the funding out of the Community Preservation Fund for this project to even occur.
Why would
they have to step in?
Huh?
Why would they have to step in? They don't care about if our jurisdiction is lost in Wildwood Lake.
I think that they do.
No? Did he send a letter to Joe while we're talking? Because we're wasting time while he could be looking at it.
I think
Joe only was saying if a permit. The only difference was a permit as opposed to a letter of authorization. That was all.
Right, but I think the wording protects us in there that Sean has in, because it clearly states that the sole purpose is what it is, and not for any jurisdictional challenges, and all bets are off. And I don't think they want to put everybody in that bad situation. I could be wrong, but
but one thing that I forgot to mention is that 2 of the players, Mr. Scully and Mr. Guthrie, are no longer there. They had an axe to grind with the trustees back in the day. They are no longer in power. You have totally different people. Hopefully you have a different thought process in there too.
Well,
I'm hoping.
I'm appreciative the county came to us with a formal request that's in the file.
Yeah, it was only after we pressured them and squeezed them. They didn't want.
And they are the applicant. They are the applicant. And I think that the people that presented today for Peconic Estuary Partnership, I think did a good job. I think they're acting in good faith. And I would battle the DEC over a detrimental jurisdictional change in Wildwood all day long.
Okay.
That's 2 different battles. Okay.
Scott made the motion. Who's seconding it?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm obviously in favor.
All
Let's do a
opposed?
roll call vote.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Want me to do that?
Yes.
Trustee President Schultz.
No, I don't think it's strong enough.
Secretary Treasurer Horowitz, I'm in favor of it. Trustee Ed J. Warner Jr.
I am in favor of it.
Trustee William Pell IV.
I'm not in favor of it right now because I don't think it's strong enough. And I would like to see the letter from the DEC from Heidi within 2 weeks, like she said.
Okay, well said. Trustee Ann Welker.
Yes, this is an important preservation for this species, and it's an important step. There have been multiple years that have been multiple agencies and multiple years, multiple sources of funding. I think we need to move forward with it. Yes.
Trustee Schultz.
On that part, I agree that it is important that this be done. I don't agree with what's going on with the DEC and lack of jurisdiction. I took an oath when I took this position to protect the rights of the freeholders. I don't believe they're being protected. That's the sole issue, the protection of Wildwood Lake.
I would like to commend my fellow.
And I agree with Eric. It's the same thing. We took an oath and you have to protect the freeholders' right.
Okay.
I'd like to thank and commend my fellow trustee board members for an excellent discussion.
Yes.
An excellent debate, and just a completely terrific process of really getting points and showing how government really needs to work and getting different points across and trying to solve problems in a timely fashion. I want to thank everybody for that.
I got some more snacks I can eat.
I'm a little jealous. I don't have any over here.
Charles, don't lose this tape because we might need it as evidence if we have a court case. Please.
Okay. Let's see. Where are
just like Buford T. Justice said, Junior put the evidence in the car.
Yeah.
All
right.
Thank you to everyone who spoke on behalf of Woodhull Dam Fish Ladder today.
Everybody's in favor of it, Ann.
Everyone is in favor. Let's see if everyone in favor is to help us protect our meatcocks. That's what we want.
Bingo. Bingo,
Before
Bill.
it becomes ag
Those people that are so involved in the environment will be lining up to write letters for us.
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah, sure they will. Okay,
All right.
resolution authorizing the president to sign a letter of authorization granting permission use of underwater land.
Wait,
What?
I think Jessica,
Skip one. Sorry, we're on 150.
Yeah,
Yes.
2021 150 is another one. You want to?
Are we confusing you enough yet?
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. Where is that the one that you
No,
have
it's
on the
my,
other page?
no, it's my fault. I didn't look at the other page first. Okay.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, so this is the usage of underwater lands to Cornell Co-op extension at Tiana.
Right. Is Kim Barber here?
No,
So there's a.
no. Okay, I'll make the motion.
All right.
Anybody?
do you want,
I will second it.
do you want to explain it, Eric?
Want me to
Do you
explain
need
it? No, it's just a
It's for eelgrass.
eelgrass and shellfish area off of Tiana
Shellfish.
Bayside.
We worked through this 3 years ago. with
Exactly.
Martha, we
Mhm.
had everything all ready to go. And then Martha retired. We got a new attorney, and then we got another new attorney, and then COVID hit. So we're just doing housekeeping
Clarifying.
right now.
Right, you got the lat lawn, and then this is where they're gonna do eelgrass off of Tiana Bayside. We already got the approval for the Flupsy over there,
Yep.
right? So we've already done that. This is the second part of it so that they can complete. Again, it's another investment into
Yes.
our bay, build
And-
the ecosystem,
and
to pay
for-
dividends.
Further, Scott, they also got a bunch of scallops they're gonna put in there this year
Yes, yes.
on top of
Good
it. So this
stuff.
is a win-win for everybody.
Right.
It's
so
great.
A motion
Yes.
that I have on the floor again.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Trustee,
you.
and I'm going now to, I'm skipping, but I'm going in order. Trustee Resolution 2021-152, authorize the president to sign a license agreement with Global Boarding LLC. This is similar to the previous one. Trustees are owners of a ramp and dock at 53 Pine Neck Avenue, Town of Southampton, whereas Global Boarding LLC has requested a license to use Trustees Pine Neck Avenue ramp and dock in order to provide access to the water for water ski, wakeboard, wake surfing, board surfing, tubing, and charter boat activities and instruction to visitors and local residents. Whereas Board of Trustees are willing to grant such use, the terms and conditions of a license agreement for a term beginning May 1st, 2021, ending October 1st. I'd like to request the approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
I had to answer that. The supervisor just was trying to get a hold of me. All right, go ahead. Let's see.
It's
Next.
you, actually. It's 153, Eric, the fireworks.
53, authorize the president to sign an agreement with Fireworks by Grucci for use of the Baycrest Avenue ramp in West Hampton. Okay, they're requiring permission to use the ramp for purposes of loading and unloading fireworks on their barge. So,
Second.
comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So,
I believe Matt Pereira is here from Grucci Fireworks. I just didn't know if he wanted to say anything. He raised his hand.
We
Okay.
did it. Well, there's another Grucci one right here too.
Yeah, see if he, does
Yeah,
he want to speak? Let him in.
which
He's
one? Yeah,
coming.
might as well.
He's coming.
Okay.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, those fireworks are right in front of my deck.
You are a lucky man, Charles.
Wow, Grucci's hanging in there. They got stamina. We'll give them that.
Matt, did you want to speak?
You're
You
muted.
just have to unmute, Matt.
There we go. Hi, Matt from Fireworks by Gucci. I don't have anything to add. I was just viewing the meeting to make sure everything went smooth.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
It's the
the
shortest comment ever.
okay, so we approved the first one at Baycrest Avenue. Then the second resolution is 2021-154. And that's authorizes me to sign the agreement with Fireworks by Grucci for the barge anchoring in Shinnecock Bay. And that's for the fresh air home.
That would be a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We got the application, if I could just say something, we
Yeah.
got the application for the fresh air home one in the office with the fee on Friday. I believe Tom Narrow is his name. He dropped it off on Friday. I did not get an application.
For the Baycrest, it left on FedEx. It'll be delivered to you tomorrow.
Okay,
With
that's
the
all I
check.
wanted to know. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Tom?
Can you tell the fresh air home that, everything is cool with that? He doesn't have to, because he called me up the other day.
Yep.
And I wanted to, once this was done, then I could assure them everything was good.
Okay, I'll let Tom Narrow know.
Tell him that, I said that, everything's good. Okay.
Everything's all right.
Great. Great.
Hey, Tom? Tom? Hello? I guess-
Do you mean Matt, Bill?
Oh, Matt, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Matt, sorry about that, calling Tom. Where are you gonna be tying the barge up when loading them?
It's not a barge, it's work boats going out to the barge.
A work boat's going out to bringing the fireworks out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're going from a private marina, right? On the Shinnecock.
Prime Marine.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're good on that? Good. All right, trustee resolution 2021-156. This is for the authorize the expenditure of labels for permits. I make a motion that be approved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Got 2021-157. It's the authorization to purchase the document scanners that we discussed in the work session.
Okay.
It's for
Second on that.
$6,191.98 for modernization of our office and efficiencies.
Okay.
Okay.
Ed seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I also have the 2021-158. It's warrant number 11 of 2021 for $6,321.62. It is as follows. Bridgehampton National Bank, 1735.41. Call ahead, $50. Safe Harbor Publications, 178.02. Fisher Signs and Shirts for $482. Liberty Ironworks, $664. South Shore Docks, $2,800. Staples Contract and Commercial, $76.55, and the Verizon Wireless bill for $334.84 for a grand total $6,321.62.
That was a cheap one, Scott.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. It's
good.
just we pay our bills while we can afford them.
I'll second
Yeah.
that one.
Okay, Ed seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So,
I have one more
go
order of
ahead.
business. As far as this getting the oysters out of Mecox for Gobler. Do we
Right.
want to hire a bayman or do we want to go down there and do it ourselves?
It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
long as-
How labor intensive is it?
Well, how?
It's not, it's a simple thing. I
Can
got
our
a
guys
boat.
do it?
I got a boat. I got my dredges in there from the oyster dredging. I can go down there and do it if someone wants to come with me.
I would perhaps go, maybe we take a constable. I think Billy made a good suggestion.
Yeah,
Yeah, Sean's gonna chime in.
Yeah, you don't want to have to go to RFP on that.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's-
I can
let's
do
do
it.
it.
I'm just trying to figure probably
Over $1,000 you need a reso, so I don't know what the cost.
Billy's got a good idea too. We bring a constable with us under the
Oh,
circumstances.
I would definitely call
Yeah.
a constable.
Yeah.
100%.
I will do it with you.
Yeah,
You wanna do
if
it
Scott
tomorrow
doesn't
afternoon?
I'll go.
Tomorrow
I
afternoon.
think I need a day out on a boat.
Tomorrow afternoon, 4:00 flying point.
Let me look at my schedule and I'll call you later. I think I can
All
do
right.
that.
Okay.
Hey, Ed, you
Yeah.
think you should notify the DEC that you're doing it too?
No, I'll just tell the Bay Constable.
Okay, because the DEC don't care anyway.
Well, if they say something to me, I'm gonna tell them to go by Woodhull Dam.
Yeah.
Really. Or go down to give them a shovel and let them dig out Mecox Cut, all right?
Yeah.
I have
I
one.
will get a hold of Al and I'll have him notify all the right people, all right?
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Ed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
I
And
have
Scott,
one-
hey, Scott, if you can't go, let me know.
I'll let you know. I'm gonna look at my schedule, but
I'm not gonna bring a knife to open any.
Yeah.
I have one more point of business. I believe that we all received this. I didn't look, but there was an issuance from the DEC that the emergency authorization to dredge a 75-foot channel, 75 by 1,000 and a 10 by 390 channel will not be approved because of the presence of piping plovers. And since we are not in possession of an incidental take permit for this endangered species, they cannot approve our request because it is not a request that does the least amount. The project will not be carried out in a manner that will cause the least change, modification, or adverse impact. Sean, you may have read the whole thing. If you want to weigh in, I'm just skimming it now.
I did read the whole thing. It states an emergency is not sufficiently alleged. If we have any more evidence, we'll resubmit this request immediately with a new letter specifying why this is an emergency.
That's debatable, but.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Any evidence you have, direct it towards the trustees, all inbox, and we'll resubmit this.
I think Dr. Gobler, we need to speak to Dr. Gobler again. He had some excellent points earlier.
Yes.
In his presentation.
He's writing a letter, right, Ed?
Yes, he is. He alluded to that on our conversation.
He understands the ramifications.
Yes, he does. I went over point by point for 45 minutes of points with him, so he should be able to.
He knows
what they're not touching on here is I had a chance, here and there, running the meeting, you have to really focus, but they're saying that they want us to go back to the 10-foot by 1,400-foot channel to lower the bay significantly. That does not address the central concern of increasing the salinity. It drains the bay for the farmers, but that's about.
It won't drain the bay, Eric. A 10-foot wide channel will collapse by the time it gets to the end.
Sean.
Right.
Where are you, Sean?
Yep, I'm still here. I think maybe we should all sit down, take trustees as point people, and we'll rewrite a request explaining why this is an emergency and provide some additional information.
Sean, we had prior conversations about the threatened and endangered species law, the way it's written, and if you are going to do harm to one species at the sake of another species, isn't there, or you have to do some research on that? Because I believe in conversation
for U.S. Fish and Wildlife to make. They're the only party with jurisdiction to make that analysis. What I would suggest is keep monitoring the situation with plovers. If there are no plovers, then that reason is null and void.
Right. Right.
So keep sending the plover monitor down there routinely, several times a day, and just keep submitting the evidence, and we'll write a new letter showing why this is an emergency and why the trustee's position is contrary to this letter we received today.
They're requesting a SECRA review.
Yes, if we go with if we change our direction and want the 2016 permit revised, the application revised back to 200 feet, they're requiring a full SECRA review now.
They had mentioned that in previous correspondence.
I'd still like to know, when did this get changed to 10 feet and who authorized it? Because I don't see any resolution by the board authorizing any application to the DEC to change it to 10 feet.
And it's probably moot anyway.
There never was.
Yeah. No, but I don't think it's going to matter, because in the other meeting that we had, it still requires a totally different scenario. They don't just do a renewal off of the prior as per that last meeting that we had with the DEC. So
yeah, I know. Just for my own edification, nobody can tell me.
No.
I'd like to pin it to someone.
We'll get working on what it is that they need, and we'll keep monitoring, as Sean said, the situation, because it is putting that whole watershed under substantial stress.
Well, they're saying the department shares your concerns regarding the urgent situations and residents in the Mecox Bay area are facing. And we're committed with working with the trustees to authorize a project as soon as possible that will alleviate the road flooding, basement flooding, sanitary system flooding, farm field flooding, and low levels of salinity that are understandably causing serious concern for area residents. We have been working with the trustees since late winter to address their concerns as follows. So, they requested emergency opening. They gave us that gratefully, and it wasn't impactful enough. But basically, hopeful as the trustees will move forward. They're basically saying that we can't prove why the 75-foot channel basically is going to be better than a 74-foot channel or a 76-foot channel. So, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So without the help of the town board behind us, it's very, very difficult. And that'll be my subject of my conversation.
What did the Zerillo report say?
Hey, Sean, excuse me a second.
Yep.
Did you have any, what did the supervisor say when you asked him to join in today?
Well, so he was not available. He had less than an hour's notice on this meeting. So he was already booked out for today. I would suggest maybe speaking with him and kind of regrouping now that we have this new information since this meeting started today. And then, we'll have a subsequent conversation with him.
He texted me that he's aware of the letter that was sent.
Okay, good.
So is James still there?
I am.
Okay. So your plover monitors observed that the 2 plovers that were down there now that were 220 meters away from the cut were not displaying what was a nest. They're not aggressive behavior, right?
I sent a follow-up email because they went down again this afternoon, and they did find one chick with the pair of adult pullovers.
At what distance?
Right at the cut.
Okay.
So we'll continue to monitor, and as Sean said.
And what is the anticipated fledge date of that particular nest? Do you have any idea?
I have to look it up.
Just offhand.
I don't know offhand. I think they were like a week in it. It was probably like 10 days old. So 20 days probably.
So talking about July 10th, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So they're requesting, I'm going to read. The department is hopeful that trustees will move forward expeditiously to provide the most relief possible to as many of the constituents as soon as possible. To that end, the department makes the following suggestion. So, as noted previously, they're saying secure the available New York State DEC permit for the 10 by 1400 foot channel. They're saying on 4/15/21, the town trustees asked the department to refrain from issuing the multi-year dredging permit for which they had applied in 2016 and for which they had provided project dimensions in June of 2019. This department stands ready to issue the subject permit within days of the determination by our Bureau of Wildlife that the project can be conducted without resulting in an incidental take of endangered or threatened species. Dredging the 10 by 1400 foot channel is expected to immediately lower the water levels in the bay significantly. It is expected to provide substantial relief to your residents who are struggling with flooded farm fields, roads, basements, and sanitary systems. This department suggests that the trustees rescind their request that this permit not be issued.
If she waits, I can do it.
Well, let's not lose facts here. Is that if James is talking about July 10th, that means that Chesterfield would go in there on July 11th, right? And then it would be 5 days after that, and then another 5 days, and everything like that. So we're talking about probably almost August 1st, or anything would be drained at all.
That's
Okay.
the weather permitting. This is
Weather
weather.
permitting.
Yes.
So
You want to try? You want to try going for this thing? I mean, if they think it's going to help out, you want to try to go for it?
Go for it.
you know what?
Why
You know
not?
what? I'll tell you what.
Let's go
instead
for
of
it.
them- well, instead, you have two options. One,
Let's
you
go
can-
for it.
You can go for it, and you can try to get the supervisor to, issue an emergency proclamation, which would help us tremendously.
We don't
Or
need,
you could reapply to the DEC and say, you know what? Let's see how your great plan works, and drop it down to an emergency cut at 10 foot, and put your money where your mouth is.
Let's
and
go.
you see how much your salinity is going to drop.
Let's
You're
go.
going to change. So your great plan.
do we
you know?
want to be right, or do we want to get it done?
It's not good. Rob Marsh and other people in the DEC say 10 foot is not going to work.
He's only one guy. He's just one guy. So let's go for it. If it maybe, if it doesn't work, okay.
It's not going to
But
cost
that's
us
the
anything.
10-year. But that's the 10-year permit. Do you think you're ever going to
No,
get a modification?
This is the EA. This is to get this done right now.
They're going to see it doesn't work.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
no, no.
A letter
That's
based on it not
10-year.
working.
No, that's the 10-year, right?
No.
Are you
No.
sure of that?
What, Sean, you want to clarify, Sean?
That was on the emergency authorization request.
Yes.
That's
10
the
foot, a 10 foot.
Do it, and then when it doesn't work, document that it didn't work.
Bingo.
Back to DEC.
Bingo.
Yeah. Let's do it.
We
Bingo.
have
Let's
to
go.
do
But you're
We
still
have to do it
talking about.
sooner.
But you're
Yes.
still talking about August. No, you don't have to do it sooner than later. There's no pressure until
Well,
July 10th. You
You
can't
don't have
do it.
authorization to do it. You have to reapply first.
We have
No,
to
it's
rescind.
changed.
We have to rescind the stop work order on the 10 by 1400 foot channel.
No, but that's for the 10 foot, the 10-year permit.
Right.
No, it's just for the emergency.
But
No.
they're saying to modify your emergency authorization as well for the least possible impact of the project, which
They already, sorry, Sean.
well, you and your experts have agreed is not going to work.
Right.
So, I mean, if they set you up on a fool's errand, you could always deliver and show them it doesn't work, but
Right.
you're wasting CDF money.
Yeah, okay, so you take the 75-foot emergency permit and say, okay, let's see how your great plan is going to work, and just say, forget about the 75, go back to the 10-year, 10-foot emergency permit and still process the 200.
Maybe.
Because I don't think anybody was authorized to change that to 10 foot in the scheme. Where was the resolution by the town trustees to
There
change
wasn't.
the original application for a renewal of a 200-foot wide channel that was okay for 20 years? Who authorized that to be changed to 10 foot? That's what I want to know.
It wasn't anybody in the trustees, Eric, that I can tell you.
Well, then they weren't authorized to apply for that in the first place.
There was
If
a
it's
letter
not-
written by somebody in the town that sent changing the.
Well,
They're working under the premise that they already issued an emergency authorization that's 10 by
Once.
1400.
So they're gonna mimic
They-
this, they're gonna mimic it.
Right, so you can see if it works. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, we have a reason to show them it doesn't work.
I think we should take an action that will show the public good faith. I
Let's
hate
do
to
it.
do this, but
all right, but bear in mind, it's not until August 1st that you're going to do it. I mean, that's actually going to
Right,
happen.
if they give you a letter.
Huh?
yes.
What,
If they
Sean?
give you a letter to do it. You need an emergency authorization still. We need to
Right.
apply.
Oh, yeah. Well, they just said they can do it at a moment's notice. If
Right.
these aren't going to hatch fledge until July 10th, you don't have to do it tomorrow.
They said they wanted, their words are move forward expeditiously to provide the most relief possible. So not tomorrow, but we need to rescind this and go ahead with the 10 by 14 EA.
I'm available tomorrow afternoon.
Wait, we need to resend what?
Rescind, take it back.
Rescind what? Rescind what? Clarify.
When we applied back in February, it was for the 10 by 1400, the long channel. So then when it was discovered that it was only 10 feet wide, there was a stop work order put by us on DEC to continue work on that emergency authorization. So now
Not the 10 year.
What?
Not the 10 year.
No, we're just
two different animals here.
Yes.
We told them that we wanted to modify the 200-foot wide to 10 foot to 200-foot wide. And then we applied for an emergency application for 75-foot wide. The 10-year permit's a 200-foot wide cut.
Maybe we need to reply to them and get a bit of clarification on that. And Sean's read this closely, but I haven't, and neither have any of you guys, I assume.
No, I'm running a meeting as I can't concentrate. I'm doing just little bits and pieces and stuff like that.
I just wanted to bring it up because it came this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I wanted everybody to know.
You also have the ability to just do it too. So, yeah.
That's right.
And see what they're gonna do. See what they're gonna do under the 1907 law, which says we can cut it whenever we want.
Maybe we
can answer that of why they claim jurisdiction.
Yeah, it might take them 2 weeks.
Which leads me to believe that they don't. Otherwise, they would say, hey, we have it under sections 352 of the ECL law. Done. They won't even do that. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Charles, Sean, Jessica, James, and definitely want to go home, and probably so do I. So do
okay,
I.
well, I have something else to discuss for
I gotta get something to eat.
Yeah, so do I. All right.
I got one more thing.
Look, we got another little time sensitive thing. Is that Scott and I, as you're aware, went down to Pine Neck, and we were talking about the aquaculture, and these guys would like to put something out, in this time of year. Do we want to let them put some floating cages out there, at least start? It's not anything, written in stone. It can be moved at any point, but until we can have a better discussion on it as far as the rules and regulations and everything like that, as we can do it as a pilot project, do you want to allow them to put a certain amount of cages out there off of Pine Neck?
What do we have
to the giraffe property?
We have to giraffe property in East Quogue for the purposes of seeing how things are growing there.
But we already have a permit, or we used to have a permit for the trustees to put a racks there.
Mm-hmm.
We've had it for years. I don't know if we reapplied it or not.
I don't know, but
so we can do it.
You're okay with preliminarily setting up a pilot project to allow these two guys to put a limited amount of racks down and nothing major to start how things work.
Are they town residents? Both of them?
Yes.
Do we need a pot permit?
We'll confirm it.
Give them a pot permit.
Okay.
I used it.
That gear. Right, right, Billy?
Yeah. It's all Bill in the place. Yeah,
Sean,
okay.
do we need to do anything other than that for the
pot permit?
They can apply for a permit and it can be granted over the desk.
Yes.
If there are nonprofits, they can apply for a fee waiver, but we need a resolution for that.
And GPS coordinates.
Yeah, it's basically doing us a favor and seeing how things grow there if it wants to jump into something bigger. We'll just get a pot permit. That's cool.
Yeah, if Scott and you're fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'd like to get it started. I mean, I wanted to discuss it a little bit further today, but things just got a little.
So I got stuff I wanted to go over, but that ain't happening today.
I got one more thing.
Yeah, what?
All right, Bill.
I got a phone call from National Golf Course this morning. A couple truckloads of kayaks and stand-up boards showed up, set up tent, and the people stopped dropping kids off for a day camp down at National just past the bulkhead. The cars were, and the tent was by the chain link fence. And the guy was running the camp out of there. So I sent Al down there to go investigate, and Al has a report for me. So
Do they have a permit, Billy?
No permit. And he did tell the
permit.
people
You
they
need
had to get
a
a
business.
Yeah.
What?
He did tell the person he had to contact.
What's the town road in?
Yeah, contact the trustee and get a permit, but I don't know if it's on our property or the town's property.
I don't know. There was a big discussion talking about when we were talking about the bulkhead in the first place. I believe that whole beach is Nationals. We own the riverbed there.
Yeah.
It goes from bulkhead to bulkhead, the National own all of that property.
From the bulkhead to how about the bulkhead to the end of the bulkhead at the end of the road?
Yeah, that's the Nationals property. That whole piece is Nationals property.
What I thought. So they could actually kick them off there.
Yeah,
it's private property.
Yeah, it's private property. I mean, they could selectively, I guess, kick people off if they wanted to. Yeah, because the town only owns the 50-foot wide roadbed, as far as I know.
That's out in front, not along. I'm talking about inside Sabana Creek as you come in.
Yeah. But that beach is right there at the end of the bulkhead, north of the bulkhead.
And our Peconic Beach Road dead ends at the inlet. So it dead ends at the inlet, which is the bulkhead, and everything south of that going to the National property where the culvert is that goes into the pond is all Nationals.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
How about north of the bulkhead to the end of the road, that beach?
Yeah, that would be Nationals.
That would be Nationals.
Yeah, because the channel used to be further to the traditionally further to the east, a lot further. And it's
I kind of thought so because we talked about this 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years
with
ago.
Alex Greger.
Yeah,
right.
Remember, Alex was going to go down there and do some kind of a stone project, but we had to get Nationals blessing, and then they actually replaced their bulkhead and put a fence up and everything.
Right.
There's all plans there and surveys, Billy, when they did that project.
Right.
And it shows that they own all the way out to that.
Yeah, you know what? In order to approve that, have James pull up Nationals' last permit for their bulkhead, and that'll show the survey of what they own.
Right. Everything's there.
James,
Bill.
can you do that tomorrow if you have time?
In between blowers around.
James, you still there?
Yes. Yes, I can do that.
You can do that tomorrow?
Yes, national permits.
Yeah. You gonna make the truck tonight?
Well, I'm supposed to be there to set up, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Any longer, I won't be there.
Let the man go.
And James, if you could give us an update, at some point about, I'm sure you'll talk to Walker about when you think that chick is going to fledge.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right. I'm not going to bring up any of the stuff that I have either because we're going to be here until 7 o'clock. So
No, I was gonna, but I'm looking at Billy's snacks and I gotta get out of here.
No. I'm going to be.
I just had some more sugar, so I'm ready to go for another hour.
I don't have any.
No.
Okay.
No.
Make a motion. We close.
Other stuff.
I'll second his motion.
All in favor?
Bye.
Joy.
Hey,